again, these towers, I mean, how many kills do they have now? Look at them go. If you click on those front two towers here, 59 kills. And if you look at the right one, I imagine at 59 counting, the other one has 35. These one catapult here, and I think, thank you for chat for again pointing this out. I think one catapult here would help him just give so much breathing room. But because he's not making a single catapult here, Freakman is just having the easiest time holding on to this forward position. It's proving to be a real thorn in Cheesewheel's side. 100 kills is I think that's just way too much.
32 for Freakman. Actually, wait, hang on. Only 32. That's not enough. Got 0 wood. He can't build anything. So as long as he defends against the balloons, he'll be alright.
Oh, Timon coming in with the bulwark run.
No, Krolon.
No, Krolon. Excuse me. Wow. Sorry, I just assumed it was Timon because he likes to do those things.
He still has one worker in his base. Is he gonna try to build bulwarks in the back?
Look at him. He's killing another. Oh, a sniped villager.
Damage it.
Getting maximum value.
Oh no, he's upgraded. He can't build bulwarks. Oh, it's going down.
Oh, he's doing the old dance.
Who needs spears and pikes for building damage when you have 8 damage Eastern European archers just shredding his production buildings in the front line here? Yep. And now with no archers, not nearly enough archers to stop these catapults, Timon is starting to put the pressure on. He's starting to hit those forward buildings.
I would have been wanting to fight there. There's too many.
Dude, he's like, screw all of it. I need to kill these. Oh, he missed it. Oh.
Timon's just doing a really good job of controlling the map here and taking full advantage of the resources, and even building a forward dock here on Krolon's private lake. So we'll see if he ends up doing anything with that. Siege ships coming in, and that's going to start putting some pressure. Just from another angle that I don't think Krolon's going to be able to handle.
Oh, beautiful, those rams.
Donk.
Timon says Warriors are his favorite unit. If anybody else thinks Warriors, he's killing some villagers. He's going for the early
Stonecutter
That
down.
was a beautiful snipe. And he quits and calls it. He just knows. He knows he's not going to be able to defend without being able to make slingers. And that's GG. Wow.
Really?
Very quick one. And a lot of fighting pits going up in the middle here. He's looking to really put the pressure on, it seems.
He's just attacking with all his workers.
That's
My God, he's worker rushing him. Oh, he's decided on a wall.
Okay, this could give him time. I think he needs to build another one here, maybe. Yeah.
I think
he needs
one more. Oh, a lot more.
Yeah, he's run out of wood.
He's running out of wood. Oh, this is a disaster. He's not going to be able to finish it. And so now what you realize is that all of that wood's investment, if he can't get it closed, then it's for nothing, and it's just a waste of investment of wood that he already doesn't have. He does get it up, though, and that's going to be very helpful. Oh, you were right, Habeebee. There's a gap on the left side. Disaster.
How did he not realize that he could have escaped his workers that way? Right. Not got too near that. Nicely done. Okay. From the back of the base. He sees it.
Yep, this is excellent.
Down.
And I don't know if he thought about this, but when you realize that maps are symmetrical, and here comes the influx of villagers to try to stop this, but he did a good job. He's already got up a lot of bulwarks. He's going to hopefully get some kills here. The European villagers are actually, and slingers are sniping, and he's going to have to retreat, but we'll see how many villagers this ends up killing.
I think he was better off killing all these bulwarks with those workers, because he's about to lose that stonecutter, and we know what happens when you lose that stonecutter, especially if you're
to your best unit.
Oh, he's dragging the mammoth right in.
And it just puts you in an uncomfortable position when somebody does that. Really messes up your flow of the game. And he's already back with slingers. And now he's having to fight with rubbish warriors which haven't even been upgraded. But the archers are coming out. Should be able to defend this off. Such aggressive play.
Yep, Terciosid is a $1,000 prize pool, and that is thanks to one of the casters today, who is our sponsor, Habeebee. So you can thank him.
Hey, how you doing, Tercio? Tercios, is that how it's pronounced?
Looks like we've got some slingers coming into the base here. Hopefully they can pick off some villagers. Again, this is a great trade because European villagers are slower to train and harder to replace than their Asian counterparts. So if he gets a couple of picks here, it'll be worth it. It looks like he's got 2. If you get 3, you got 3.
needs to catch up with his food economy there, although Krolon isn't doing too great on food either, so not too bad. We've got
Sir
one
Stanley
bolt,
Rose is
2
already getting
bolts.
fishing chips. Yep. How's Krolon? Krolon is not getting any fishing economy yet. And again, I think it's so important because in War Selection, unlike a lot of other games, you can only make villagers from your temple until you get to IR. So in the early game, being able to make extra economic units, your only option is to do it with a dock. So that essentially doubles your production. Now, yes, fishing ships are only able to help you out in the food front, and if you don't want that much food, well, then you can rotate some of your farming villagers off into other resources, and it's as if you trained extra wood villagers if you do that. So I think, again, Sir Stanley Rose here is going to see a big economic boom over Krolon right now because he chose to go for those fishing ships. Here we see some horsemen coming out from Stanley Rose. One of the common strategies as well, and this seems to be meta, is sending a couple of horsemen out to see if they can raid. Their high mobility makes them pretty effective. They're nice and tanky, and he's going to go and look and see if he can poke anywhere. There's an unfinished house. And he knows that he breaks in, and he's going to pick up these villagers. Okay, decides the archers are too close. He's going to keep going to the base. Nope, he can't make up his mind.
Upgrade that tower.
Might get a couple of picks here. Idling the food economy did get a couple of picks. And overall, I'd say those horses probably, were worth it. They kept Krolon's archers army in his base. They caught a couple of villager picks, and they idled a couple of units as well as destroyed a house. So, I would say they probably earned their value and then some. Now we're seeing what we see is the common strategy, and it looks like a couple of spearmen. It looks like heavy European spearmen coming out from Krolon. Is that? Yep. Again, I'm not sure. They definitely have their place, but we'll have to see how effective they are. It might be better to just go for more archers because you avoid spending that iron, and again, you avoid spending that wood. Both crucial resources to the European economy. Both to get those economic upgrades, upgrade your buildings. And we see Krolon, both players are starting to move out onto the map as they exhaust their home base resources and look to secure their extra iron. So we can see...
Do you see what's happening here? He knows about the tree line. He's even put a tower here. He's standing in front. He knows he does not want him to start tearing up behind this tree line. You've seen some
that's what
they...
Exactly. That's just that next level that these, some of these better players are always thinking about. Their forward thinking, and we were talking about that early in the game. You pointed it out, XKaLiBaR, and it's easier for us to see when we get, ultimately see the map and we get to sit here and analyze it. But to be able to do that in real time while you're also managing your economy and doing all these other things, 1,000 things are going on in your head at once. So to be able to have that foresight to realize, hey, I'm sitting in my base and I want to make sure that those defensive towers don't go up, those archers don't go up on my wood line. He's already doing that. So great play by Sir Enley here.
And Stanley Rose did get to...
Enley, excuse me.
He did get to medieval before Krolon. It's not too bad here. He's playing very, very well considering how much aggression was from Krolon from the start.
And as you can see, though, too, his food economy is incredible. So as long as he can transition a little bit more into wood to get those houses up to take full advantage of the extra population space, because he already has the population upgrade coming through, an archer and horseman, a heavy army here, he's going to be outproduce his opponent very easily. And again, it's because of those fishing ships. We see that Krolon just doesn't have the same food. He does have his population upgrade already, and it looks like he actually has pretty good wood economy because he's already been able to upgrade most of his houses. But in turn, pound for pound, these are very food-heavy armies right now. We're probably going to see a little bit better production as long as he can convert the buildings into production here. A better army composition from Sir Stanley Rose.
And
damn, Wacho, you talk fast. You ever thought about being an auctioneer?
That was very fast, by the way.
So I also
Gotta get a lot in.
Yeah, you got a lot in a short time.
This is getting the stone that's outside his base. So he's got 2 stones already inside his base, but he's getting that stone outside just to be thinking ahead, just in case he gets overwhelmed. Yeah, not too bad. Here we go. This is the big push coming from Krolon now. He's maxed out 150 pop. I mean, that's a brilliant play. I mean, he got to medieval and straight away he's at 150 pop. Oh my god. Ram.
So we got a ram coming out here, and I wonder if that's not to at least, you know, soak up some of that archer fire. You know, we'll see. The only deviation in strategy here, and we're going to see this a lot in the tournament, is this East Europe, but here the deviation is, it looks like Krolon's opted for some spearmen, whereas we're seeing some rams coming out of Sir Stanley, and yep, some archers being caught, but you got to be careful with your building placement. It'll happen more often than you think. Wow, those spearmen looks like they're really paying off, and it was a good call right now. They are cleaning up those archers right now and soaking all that fire up, and a huge push is coming from Krolon right now. It's looking pretty scary for Sir Stanley.
Catapult was not even worth the money.
No, and these forward production buildings, if he's not careful, are going to get cleaned up, and that's just wood that you're going to have to replace. Now, he does got plenty of wood in the bank, but you'd rather be using that towards building catapults and upgrading houses and things like that. Looks like he's got all of his houses upgraded, but this is a really good momentum right now because there are no catapults to return the favor from Sir Stanley.
Oof, this
And
is
he calls the GG. Wow.
Oh, what happened?
He called the GG.
Oh, he didn't see it. He didn't see it, and he lost a lot of workers there. And welcome back to another live stream of World War Selection. What a marathon of games we had last night, and there are over a ton more to come. And when I say a ton more, I literally mean over 100 more games to go in the group stages before we even reach the bracket rounds. We have yet to see some of the players in the other groups play their games. Tonight we will see some of the slow starters, like Cyber's team. I am XKaLiBaR, your host for this evening, and joining me tonight, well, some say he once wrestled with an alligator. And just the other night, he switched his bedroom light off and he was in bed before the lights even went out. He's fast, he's tough, he's of course Wacho789. How are we doing, Wacho? Ready for day 2 of the live games from the Easy Tournament?
Hey, thank you for that wonderful intro, XKaLiBaR. And yes, I am absolutely excited, really thrilled. You know, it's crazy that we watched so many exciting games yesterday. We had games of all kinds. We had long ones, short ones. We got to see all different factions, which was really exciting. And the crazy part, as you pointed out, is we've got quite literally over 100 more games to choose from. And I'm just looking to see, as you know, how many that we can watch and cover and hopefully learn a thing or two. So with that, I think, you know, let's get right into it.
Before we do, I want to have a quick word about the games from last night. We have a prize for the most unique play so far. Did you notice any unique playness from last night? That's a question for you.
I think yeah, I think we definitely saw some interesting strategies. I think, you know, there's certain players who like to do, you know, cheese strategies or go off meta a little bit, or are just really thinking outside of the box. You know, we got to see the catapult ship, you know, flank from Cheese Wheel. While that didn't necessarily work out to the, you know, as much as I think he was hoping for, it was really nice to see that. We got to see West Asia, and I think that, you know, is unique. You know, as far as that though, I think by and large the dominant strategy that we saw was Eastern Europe, and I imagine we'll continue to see that throughout the rest of the tournament. But Eastern Europe with those archers and those catapults, it's just such an efficient army, and you know, that's just really kind of dominating the scene right now. But I think overall we've definitely seen some interesting things. We've seen different kinds of rushes. We've seen warriors go into macemen and slingers. We've seen slinger rushes. We've seen proxy bases. We've really seen kind of everything, but I still think we're, you know, right now, nothing is quite, you know, in terms of looking for the most unique strategy, I think we've still yet to see. You know, we've only got 12 games in, but over 100 to go, and then some. So, you know,
I agree, but there was one that stood out last night for me, and that was Leo Rio versus Cheese Wheel Lord. When Leo Rio dropped workers on that weird map where there wasn't much trees, and it's like he played the perfect game from the start based on the map. And I thought that was quite unique. I think that's one that's up there so far for the most unique play. For me anyway, so far.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty unique game. And am I still muted? That's saying I've got the muted. Can you hear me, XKaLiBaR?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So just a glitch on my end then here. But yeah, I think that, you know, you point out something that's really important here, and that what, you know, we've already come to see is that identifying the map and then understanding what the best strategy to pursue is based off of that map. Leorio definitely had the right idea in mind there, and it was very well played by him. And we're also seeing a lot of players, you know, there's a lot of opportunities to pull off either comebacks or surprise victories, or just, you know, overwhelm your enemy by taking advantage of the map to full force. That's, I think, one of the cool things about war selection is that, you know, while we do get a lot of consistency depending on the map, there are, you know, rooms for opportunities, whether it's, you know, lake dropping as we saw, or, you know, the special forces worker drop that Krolon did, or Leorio. I think, you know, there's a lot of room to pull off some pretty interesting feats when you take advantage of the map.
Yeah, gotta play that map. All right, we have a lot of games to go through tonight, so let's start with the first one. Here we go. All right, our first game of the evening is going to be between Shaden in the yellow in the top here, and he's going to be up against Timon in the bottom in red. Lovely map. I like this map. This is a nice map. It's got a little pond in the back, and either side you've got some possible fishing as well. Now looking at their starts, they got a couple of fishes here. That should keep them going. Oh, look at that. Timon already finding his cows right there. So that's not too bad. The iron is over here, a little bit forward. A little bit of aggressive play might help either player there. And hasn't found his cows just yet over here for Shaden, but I'm sure he's going to find something eventually. The trees wise, it's not too bad. Nice little location back here and over here as well. Very nice.
Yeah, I like this map a lot too, and I think what's really interesting right at the outset here is the placement of their initial iron, which first of all is only a 5,000 iron, you know, denoted by the dull color as opposed to shiny. I just learned that yesterday. Oh, we're missing player v player subtitles apparently. PITEON, thank you for pointing that out. Welcome to the stream, Leorio. But what's interesting, and I think it's going to be really important here, is how are they going to address this base building? You've got a lot of resources close to your base. However, you can see that both players in their central iron, it's very open, it's very exposed. It's going to be a bit more difficult to wall off, so you're going to have to be very deliberate with your housing placements, with your building placements. We'll have to see where these players choose to elect for their temples, if they try to hug the tree line and stay back, or if they put it more forward. You know, it's going to be interesting here, and I agree with you. This would be perfect for a forward, being able to, there's just a lot of open space to work with, and you can really kind of put the pressure on early. We'll see if Timon usually, you know, elects to do that. We already saw what was a pretty much flawless forward drop early on by him yesterday, so we'll have to see how he fares in this particular match.
What is going on here? Why did he... I think he triggered that tiger, so he had to run off. I think he should have gone back, though. That's a bit strange. He should have gone back to that, but he hasn't even got this fish over here either. It's a little bit far, but free food is good food in my book. Now over here on the other side, we see a little bit more of a forward base, which got cancelled out by the tiger. That's why I got the thumbnail as a tiger tonight, because I think we're going to be watching a lot of tigers eating some workers. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, here we go. The slingers are out. Nicely done. Or not.
So I like Shaden's base building here, but I think it is something that you pointed out yesterday, is that you're not really a fan of using the iron and stone depots as part of your wall. You know, while it's obviously indestructible, archers and slingers can very easily sit on the other side of it. And this is going to be hard for him to get to, because it's a part of his wall. He's not going to have this. It's not very safe for him to actually gather from. And we can see that Timon has actually decided to not even include it in part of his wall, and he's electing for a bit tighter base placement. So we'll have, you know, pros and cons of both. We'll have to see how that ends up playing out.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a hill here, so it wouldn't have been that easy to come across to make that wall.
Good point.
Alright, so he's gone back for his free food. Nicely done. He's got a little hut here to try and build a wall, but I think he already has a full amount of huts. Oh, that's Shaden. Did I get it wrong? I got it wrong, didn't I? This is Shaden.
Oh, excuse us. Shaden is in the bottom left, and Timon, playing as Mankey, is in the top right of the screen. So, excuse me, Shaden has gone for the more type-based building placement, and that should serve him well when defending against Rush, especially if they go for Europe, if they go for Horsemen. You know, he's going to be pretty hard. Timon is going to be pretty hard pressed to find anywhere to poke into Shaden's base here.
So that means Timon lost 3 workers already to the Tiger. That's alright, he's still got 55 workers. That's not too bad. And he's gone Asia.
Asia.
Oh, and he's lost another one.
Oh, Tiger MVP.
Oh, that thumbnail was for you, Timon. That was for you. Alright, we got some stables coming up by Shaden. And 2 slingers coming down by Timon.
Looks like they might just be here to scout and kind of see what he's doing. If he can get...
scout.
Oh, okay, so the slinger survives, and he does spot the stable. So that's good information for him. He's going to know that horsemen are coming, so he'll need to either A, have troops at the ready, or B, you know, maybe build a tower or two or reposition some of his units.
Very strange. I think he might... What's he doing? He hasn't got much... He hasn't got much of an army. He's now building slingers. I think he didn't have enough food. He's bottomed out on food a bit, and this does not look good here. Yeah, he's destroying that house. I think he's going to need to build something.
That's going to open him up.
Yep.
Yep, and he's going for towers, but he's still out of food, and that's one of the issues that you can run into, even as Asia. You know, you think that Asia with the poultry yard is going to guarantee you that you're going to have a steady source of food, and while that might be true, pretty quickly, you can still, when you're trying to build slingers, you're trying to get the population upgrade, you're trying to build towers, all of these things are going to drain on your food pretty quickly. So definitely struggling a little bit there, but fortunately the horsemen are just now on their way, so he's had time to go ahead and get those towers complete and finish walling up.
Very, very jerky. Doesn't like that. There you go. 2 horses. I don't think he's going to get too much done with the 2 horses. But there isn't an army here, so he might be able to get a few kills on her. Oh, look. There's no which way to go. And he's in. Straight onto the poultry.
Yep, he's going to target those stone villagers because obviously they cannot be replaced, so picking up any of these is going to be a nice pickup here. However, not the end of the world for Timon, just because he does have access to fishing, both in his own private lake behind him, and especially if he goes East Asia, those East Asian fishing ships, extremely powerful. They're going to be able to make up for any stone villages that he loses. Shaden doing a little bit of a dance around with his horsemen here. Wow, look at all those shots being dodged. Impressive.
Keeping it in there, why not? But as soon as, yeah, he's gonna die. But there's more coming now. Some slingers. Might as well get rid of them so he can get the better archers. Why does he keep going over there? Oh, he wanted to kill the animals so he can get that wall up there as well. So nice defense so far from Timon. He's doing exactly what he needs to do against these European horses that has been killing a lot of people, including myself.
And it looks like Shaden's almost to the Iron Age here. How is Timon doing in terms of teching up? I mean, it looks like he found that back iron, which is going to be helpful for him. Are we able to see if Timon is going on his way to medieval yet? And Timon in the chat here is saying that he was doing a troll strategy here, so we'll have to see what that ends up meaning. I think maybe, you know, he's saying that the off-meta pick of choosing Asia as opposed to Europe.
Ooh, we have West.
He is going West Asia, so...
Timon really scouting around the map to see if there's any gaps. Here comes some more horses. Yeah, there's no entrance. This is a beautiful, tight base. And I like these towers up front here. It was protecting that iron as well. So even if he brought archers here, he's kind of protected a little bit. But now we've got some horses with the slingers trying to take down this house, and he can't seem to be able to repair them. He's going to lose some workers trying to repair this. How long can he keep it up for? He needs to target that horse. There we go. He's upgrading the houses. That should deal with that for now. One more repair.
Yeah, we
He's
go.
not gonna be able to
And
do
upgrading those towers. And the nice thing in the new meta right now is towers are so cheap for both Asia and Europe. So building a couple really doesn't impact your economy as much as it used to. And there, yeah, we can see already those towers are just providing Timon so much defensive value. And it looks like Shaden has gone for an offensive forward base.
64 workers for Shaden and 60 workers for Timon. No boats. No boats. Is it worth getting the boat here?
Maybe not. You might.
Yes,
honestly, I would say there's enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 or 3 ships. You don't want to overbuild the ships, but you know, even just having 2 or 3 is going to be really helpful. And again, it's once you make that one-time wood investment, the rest of the fish are free. So they do end up paying off in terms of efficiency, both being food gatherers, but also not having to pay any more wood.
All right, nice pick off here. Taking him off the iron, but he doesn't really need much iron. Although he does need it for the upgrades, and he hasn't got much stored, so he's going to need to get rid of these slingers before he can. But meanwhile, he does have quite a bit of a force outside his base. Again, chopping down on them houses. And this big proxy coming up as well from Shaden.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful here because, you know, he's kind of throwing these units away. I guess it's adding a little bit of pressure, but if Shaden's going to want to break through anytime soon, he's going to have to start adding catapults in the mix, which is definitely going to put the pressure on for Timon. So we'll see if he adds that to his forward proxy. He's struggling for iron a little bit right now, so going to have to figure that out. He's got map control, so he should be able to take advantage of it, and there's plenty of iron to be grabbed.
Yep, just that tiny bit of attack from Timon slowed this build down completely by Shaden. I'm assuming you need iron to build these barracks?
I believe so. I think you need not a lot, but it isn't none, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, when you only have about 100 iron, and it looks like a pretty slow trickle right now, that's going to impact him significantly. So Shaden would do well right now to really prioritize getting out onto the map and getting, you know, taking advantage of that iron. It looks like he's only on the one node that's still at his base.
Yeah, and he hasn't got too much wood stored up, but Shaden has. He's got quite, his ecos are much better at the moment. More workers. Oh, what happened, Timon? You told me not to build the heavy archers, and you've gone for the heavy archers. You're going to bottom out on your wood as well. Which you are.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's interesting. You know, obviously he saved all that wood by having just cheaper Asia buildings. However, as you said, he just kind of spent it all into these heavy archers. So we'll see if that was worth it. I'm not sure if they're, you know, in terms of efficiency, better than going for Sarbass, which are food only.
The Sabas will come soon, not just
not
yet.
to mention, yeah, and not to mention here that the iron is pretty limited if you're not going to be out on the map. So heavy archers also cost iron, and right now they're going to be trading with food only Eastern European archers. So I don't. Again, in terms of efficiency, they're probably going to win this battle, and Shaden should probably pull back a little bit here. But it's going to be bad trades overall for Timon the longer he's trading with food only units.
He needed a bigger army here to make this proxy work, but there's more coming. But this Timon's army is quite huge. The heavy archers will play off, I think.
Problem right now is he doesn't have any, you know, he is pushing and he's got clear control of this forward right now. The backward towers are kind of keeping him at bay, and yep, here comes I was just about to say, he's going to need some siege to start taking these buildings down. If he can get rid of this forward, it's going to be a big blow to Shaden, because Shaden had to invest a lot of wood into building these 4 barracks and those 2 towers, so taking it out would be a pretty big blow to him.
We see some ballistas about to be built, so that's nice, but he needs to get this secure. Here comes the backup. Nice amount of an army here. He's going to pull back. Doesn't want to waste any more units. Doesn't want to waste that wood, the lack of wood he has. And he's at the 150 supply, so that's a comfortable position to be in at the moment. And he still hasn't upgraded his archeries. He's getting a tower as well, so that's nice. He's pop cap, so might as well build them towers. This is looking good. 1 down.
I'm being told by Timon and PITEON that the heavy archers actually don't cost any iron. I could have sworn they were like 10 or 20, but apparently they're 0. And if let's take a quick look at the armor that you get on these heavy archers. So they're pointing out that, you know, yes, they do cost wood here, but look at all that. You get 5. You get an average of 3.8 and 5 70% of the time. So looking at the Eastern European archer and seeing that, I don't think they have almost any armor. So very tanky archers indeed, and definitely something to consider.
1.4.
Yeah. They're going to be taking all that archer fire like beasts.
He can't build any more ballistas because he's got too many units. And we got some AZAPs coming in as well to do some of that melee damage. Useless units.
Ballistas, you know, one thing, I've never been a huge fan of ballistas because they don't outrange European towers. So European towers can just fire back, and obviously they're pretty weak in armor, and so, you know, towers will take them out. However, when they are firing against undefended buildings like this, it takes 3 shots and you got rid of the barracks.
No, it's the Springolds that don't outrange the European towers.
Oh, okay, so that must be the most recent ballista buff that they outrange the towers now. So this is going to be really helpful for him to push forward. And also, it should be able to counter the rams here, because again, as we discussed yesterday, rams count as buildings, so the ballista is going to have full force damage on that ram.
Playing out the book there. This is nice play here.
Yeah, but as if we look at the map control, Timon's got Shaden's Ford completely surrounded.
Yeah. He's gonna have to hold this Alamo somehow. We do have the 2 towers here. It's gonna keep Timon a little bit at bay for the time being, whilst Shaden brings some of those archers and militiamen in to try and slow this down, so he can actually, he's saving this ram. He doesn't want to send it in just on its own. He needs an army to back it up for it to be as strong as it needs to be.
Yep. But here, I think, you know, a stark difference is that Shaden had early map control and just didn't really manage to take advantage of getting his economy spread out. You know, it took him forever to get onto that second iron, and here we see Timon, you know, has map control now, and he's built that nice dock and wood gathering eco that's, you know, Shaden's probably not going to be thinking about raiding anytime soon.
78 workers for Shaden, and about, oh god, come on, use your workers. I can't be adding all 3 of them up, but he's got 13 boats. That's sort of 73 workers and 13 boats. That's not too bad, is it?
Nope, and he just hit the late medieval age, and we're seeing elephant houses come down. So we'll have to see if we see the Bashabuzik elephants. Pretty strong unit, very expensive, and kind of delays you in going to IR, but that might be what he's going for.
I think so. Yeah. Very strong. There we go. Getting those up.
To the Bashabuziks.
Some Sabasses here as well, so all he needs is food, which he has plenty of, so he's going to be constantly pumping out those pretty much free units to keep Shaden at bay, especially he's East Europe and they can outspam Asia very easily, which is what he's doing now.
Can. We're going to have to see how these elephants hold up against the many archers.
Nice. Took care of this base here with the ram. That was worth the weight of gold. But ooh, we also got some Bashabuziks on their own as well. Here we go.
There goes the elephants.
Now the best way to deal with one of these is to actually catch it and surround it so it doesn't run away. But
yep, completely agree. They're high armor, but super slow and kind of clunky. So as long as you can, and East Europe, you know, this is where militiamen might actually help him a little bit, just to soak up that fire, potentially stop the elephant, and then you can, you know, finish him off with your archers.
Oh, stacking up those kills. 12 kills already. 13 kills. 14, 15. Oh, there's more coming out. This is
Paying for its own very heavy weight and then some.
See if Shaden's heading off to industrial, nearly halfway, and I'm assuming he will be going for Russia. Yep.
there. And that's probably the right call here because I think, you know, this combo of Buc Elephants might prove to be a little difficult. Although, that being said, it's not having the easiest of time taking out the tower.
No. I think it's going to die there. I think that was a waste. He should have just sent that over to the other side to do damage. Do we have, where is his next iron? Oh, he's gone over here. Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be problematic again, just because in terms of efficiency, these Bucs cost so many resources, and that's going to really delay Timon's ability to get up to IR. Whereas Shaden, you know, is continually just producing food and wood only units in archers, towers, and militiamen. So, you know, much better trade, as we can see. Timon or Shaden has just hit Russia, and Timon is still dedicated to the Buc Elephants, which are going to get cleaned up pretty quickly here once we start seeing partisans and armored cars or whatever Shaden opts to go for.
500 food for each one. That's not cheap. And he's just cancelled IR as well. He kicked it, but he's had to cancel. Alright, let's have a look at Shaden. Is he still going? He's nearly there. He just about squeezed it in. Plenty of wood hitting that IR, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad. You can upgrade those houses, which are huge.
Right away for those partisans. Just, yep, absolutely going to be a big deal here. And also should keep him plenty of wood to go ahead and build a factory and start working on an armored car if he chooses to go for that. We do see cannons coming out of Timon now, which is going to be a good counter to general IR units. If he goes for the armored cars, like cannons will be your choice until you get to IR yourself. But again, I think he's just so far behind in tech here, and Russia is just really, really powerful in the current meta.
I feel like he should have got these cannons out ages ago, because he could have dealt with all of these buildings, these towers. He's using these wrong. He shouldn't be charging into them. He needs to just run off with them and let Shaden chase him.
Yeah, I completely agree. When you just push them forward and you're not having like
the range,
you know, units to support it. It's yeah, exactly. The best thing about these units is that they can kite, right? So
yes.
Not taking advantage of that is definitely, I would say, a bit of a mistake here. But he is breaking through, that being said, but that's only just because we're experiencing Shaden's temporary lull, having hit IR. He's working on, you know, getting his eco up, upgrading those houses. Let's see if he's opted to go for a factory or if he's sticking with partisans. I imagine he spent most of his wood to upgrade houses.
Hey guys.
Hey, Habeebee's joined us finally.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was at the store and we were gonna go and it took more than an hour, and I also put my laundry in, so I'll be leaving in probably about 40 minutes to go get that, and then I'll be back.
Cool. Well, you caught us in the middle of Timon versus Shaden.
I know, I want to see Timon's game. I want to see the bully.
He's trying to bully
Well,
with
the
West
bully is-
Asia. It's not going great.
With West Asia and the Buc Elephants, no less. So very unique strategy coming out of Timon. But he's about to find himself in between a rock and a hard place as armored cars hit the ground. He does have a few cannons, but you know, that's not going to help a lot when you're also being overrun by soldiers and partisans very quickly here as well.
He's getting stables as well.
I think stables would be a good call here if he had done them a little bit earlier. Even just a couple of upgraded Mamelukes with the armor upgrade would soak up so much of that Eastern European archer fire. Just with that high armor and splash damage, it would be a pretty decent counter to all of the archers that Shaden was spamming. But at this point, I'm not entirely sure how much utility he's going to get out of making those stables.
Man, I love this play by Shaden. He's got his workshop over here, sending in rams. He's got the workshop over here, sending in rams from this side, and actually destroyed the wall, the beautiful wall that Timon had. Ahmed Khan there's going to get a few kills, hide them in the towers.
Looks like he's going for repair rather than hide.
Yeah. Don't know how he's gonna do it. Wow, they died quick. Do we have a death sight? Yes, we do, with 17 kills.
Death sides are just so brutal. Russia just has so many options as soon as they hit IR to punish players who didn't tech up as fast as they did.
Well, he'll be able to deal with the death cycle with the cannons, but he needs an answer for these armored cars. Just ignoring it.
Yeah, a couple of cannons here would do the trick, but at this point I think, you know, Timon's really hard pressed to get any resources in the map. His wood's struggling, his iron's about to be struggling as those iron villagers get mowed down by the armored car. He's zeroing out across his whole economy here, quite frankly. I think we're probably, you know, either going to see Timon get overwhelmed in a couple of minutes here or the towel be thrown in.
Well, he's going to have to make a choice. Do you cancel IR, get those important units to defend, or do you carry on trying to struggle?
Now these Elephant Basher Buziks are actually going to do a great job at countering the death sides. Just because of that high mobility, super tanky, and good DPS, they're actually quite, very, like, almost the perfect counter to death sides.
Oh, he's lost a lot of workers here. Down to 47 workers for Timon. I'm dreading to see 100 for Shaden. And we've got desperate Oglands. We've got the desperate Oglands in play. Oh. Dudes with archers that can't move and shoot against dudes with guns. Soldiers, in fact. Russian soldiers.
Yeah, and Shaden's economy just looks so strong right now. I mean, he's got a lot of resources in the bank. Most of his buildings are upgraded. If he wanted to, he could upgrade the rest of his villagers.
There we go. He's at India with no resources. I've been in this position. And my opponent wasn't even industrial. I don't know how he's going to bring this back. And there's more rams coming in. Pesky rams.
Yeah, that's a nice side ram. Wow.
What was this?
Maybe some art.
Yeah, I think he had an art project and then cancelled it.
JJ. The champion of the group goes down. Shaden takes him down. I've been telling everybody about Shaden. He's getting better. He's getting good. But then again,
yeah.
Timon did go West Asia.
Yeah, I think, you know, Shaden played very well, so I don't want to discredit his performance by any means. I think, you know, there's a good chance that he probably, if he played the way he did, I think he, you know, even if Timon had gone, you know, more meta pick here and gone Eastern Europe himself or Western Europe, you know, that was well played by Shaden, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of him.
Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which game we're going to play next?
Did you guys already show Wacho's game?
Nope, that was the first game of this evening.
Oh, you have already shown it?
No, that was the first game.
This was.
The one we just
I
showed.
meant this game we just done was the first game.
Oh, okay. Wow, I thought you guys started already, like a long time ago, like an hour.
While XKaLiBaR loads up. Hey, Olvi, welcome to the stream. Hi, Roro. We've been having a blast watching your game, so you know, thanks to you for that. I think we've got an exciting one with you versus Tankshot today, so looking forward to get to that game at some point.
Okay, we're gonna load up a game from Group A because we never showed any games from Group A last night, so we're gonna do one of them. So give me 2 seconds to load that up.
Roro saying Eastern Europe better than West Asia. I think most people would agree with you. Not necessarily a hot take.
It has potential. Just people need to work it out.
Yeah, I think right now, you know, again, part of the thing about metas is that they do change even without balance changes, right? Because it's just that when new balance changes come out, players, you know, gravitate towards the more obvious strategies, towards the more obvious, you know, strong points of the most current recent, you know, updates. But if you take the time, you know, players can and will learn new strategies that can counter the current meta. And so even without having balance updates, we can agree and disagree about whether or not certain countries or East Asia, West Asia, Eastern Europe, West Europe, if they need tweaks. But if you take the time, I'm sure there are build orders out there or unit combinations out there that can, help you win games that people just haven't found out yet.
I mean, everything is the same until you get to industrial, effectively East, and it's just the eco slightly different, but the units are effectively the same thing. Archers, heavy archers. You don't get the Ashigarus and the samurais, or the mounted samurais. Yeah, I suppose it is a bit rubbish. Not gonna lie there. Alright, okay, we're ready to go into the next game. Let me know if the names don't show up and I will put it on there. So here we go.
Groups here.
Alright, over here on the red we have bees. And on the yellow side he will be up against Ahmed 4747. I think I need to sort out the names one sec. Let me move them about. There we go. Oops. There we go. Right. Okay. Quite a cool map. Another nice map. We've got plenty of fish in the sea. And cows and more fish. Okay-ish wood, but they're going to need to move out. And the iron is quite far away for both players. And it's only a 5k. Another 5k. And oh boy, they're going to have to go far to get those extra irons. And where do you put your temple so it's safe? That's going to be another question here. Can't really build that wall. Even this ball's going to try and get you. This tiger always going to move out even further here. And that is bees. Let's have a look over here. Still staying in his base. Nice and tight.
I gotta say, very interesting map on how this one's gonna be played.
Yeah, I think aggressive play might be an idea here since you've got all of that extra food. Possibly proxy.
Yeah, I think that the early placement of these hostile animals, the boar and the tiger, are really preventing players from actually expanding down southwest where there's space to build. So it seems like the immediate option is to do what B's doing and hugging the coast here. You've got a couple of extra wood lines. You do have 2 cows. There are shore fish if you go up far enough. Although it is guarded by an alligator, so I really think slingers might do a lot here, just in terms of like cleaning out your own area. Because while there is, ultimately it is a resource-rich map, this is going to be quite a slow start for these players, and they're going to have to navigate a couple of, painful animals here. Hopefully do it safely. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a couple of villagers being lost by somebody.
I find this very strange. He's not going for those fish. I know they're a little bit far, but they are more efficient.
He's gotta be doing a early stone rush, right? Like, there's no way that he does something else. But that fish is really needed for that.
Yeah, I think Ahmed's going to see a really nice boost to his food economy early on here, and that's going to afford him the ability to, that's just a lot of free food that's, gathered really fast. You can see his food is just exploded because of it, and he's already getting up that early stone cutter, which I think is the right call here instead of temple first, just because you're going to want to start getting those upgrades and probably invest into some sort of stone army, if at the very least you just clear out your own side. He's getting both the damage
We're about
upgrades.
to see that worker. Here
and
goes that
slingers.
worker. There we go. There goes the worker.
You think we're going to see some macemen out of him if he's getting... I don't know if the damage upgrade applies to warriors only, if it also applies to macemen, but...
I think it applies to Maceman, or is that only the armor upgrade that applies to Maceman?
I believe the damage upgrade applies to both, and so that's why he might be getting both, is that he plans on investing in both Matesman and Slingers, so that would be the reason to get both upgrades if that theory holds true.
These bases are looking so messy. Although this Ahmed's base is looking nice. I like this wall. He's going to need to kill that board to finish it off, but nice placement for the temple. I do like it there. Stone, bit of fish as well, and the wood. So that's not too bad. Oh god, these animals! There's so many animals, like guarding everything. Oh, now he's getting the fish. Okay.
Better late than never, and it looks like both players opted to go for the exact same temple placement because it, I mean, honestly, it's nice and tucked away, and as you said, it's got the stone, it's got the fish, and it's really one of the only safe places that you can actually put it because you start putting it out more, you know, there's all these animals that just have to be cleared out first, so makes sense why these players have elected for that particular spot.
They're both going for warriors.
Yep, definitely an interesting pick there.
You have slingers as well. And more pits going down, a bit more forward for Ahmed. Ahmed is a pretty good player.
Philip coming in with the dad jokes. Fish are more efficient. How many workers is B? Leorio wants to know how many workers B has.
32 workers for B, and he stopped building them. And for Ahmed, he got about 38.
Ahmed's got a villager advantage here. However, there are a handful of warriors that are coming in, and if he's not careful, he could lose these forward fighting pits, which is going to be at a costly wood investment this early on in the game for him.
Upgrades are done, so he should be able to take them out. But he seems to be ignoring them.
He's either ignoring them or hasn't paid attention to it yet.
There we go.
I think he just was a little bit too slow here. The slingers are going to be able to get up. He might be able to get rid of one fighting pit, but at this point, it's going to be a little bit difficult now.
Ooh, little mistake here by Ahmed. He wasn't getting his berries, and that all that extra food that he had, he's bottomed out as he hit Europe, so he's not going to be able to upgrade many workers. Especially now that he might be losing some slingers if B decides to fight against those slingers.
Winbert saying pizza's coming, perfect for watching the stream, and I couldn't agree with you more, Winbert. I myself just had a nice sandwich for lunch and got the coffee going because we got a lot of action to cover today.
I'm thinking B's position is a little bit more comfortable. He's gone Europe. He's got some food banked up. He's still got some of that free food going. This isn't looking very efficient, this wood line for Ahmed. And he's literally, he can't focus on his macro too much because there are warriors in his base. Oh, this is so ugly.
He's doing a really good job putting the pressure on early here, and that's what you want to do against Europe players, especially when you've gone Asia. You want to keep that pressure on early and a lot, and just keep the European player distracted and kept in his space. Don't let him expand out in the map and give him breathing room to really focus on that eco, because if you do, they will catch up to you and surpass you in terms of just sheer economic power.
Yeah, these were a mistake. I think he should have just put them inside his base.
Completely agree. Just the forcing the slingers back in the base, they're not able to defend the fighting pits, and those fighting pits are rather exposed. It's a little bit of an aggressive placement for him, and he's trying to build Maceman now, but I think that's probably the wrong call at this point because he's now limited to just 2 fighting pits all the way at the back of his base. Those Macemen are going to be way too slow to walk across the map to really provide any value, and at this point, you're not really going to be destroying any buildings sometime soon, so I would probably forgone those Macemen right there.
Let's have a look at B. B has got his population upgrade. Really low on all the resources though, because this is the type of map where when you do reach your side, your Bronze Age, you're not going to have anything of anything because the trees were such a rubbish position there. Alright, here we go. Okay, now it's Ahmed's turn to do a bit of damage.
Yep, this is a potentially a really good spot for Ahmed actually with this counterattack, because slingers should be able to clean up most of these stone warriors no problem. You just need to micro them while pay attention and then try and go get some villager picks.
Wow, Wow, he's really committing to these warriors. He's not even switching the slingers. I would have switched the slingers by now. Because a combo of warriors and slingers against that is not too bad. But he's going to overwhelm him possibly with... Oh, no, he's trying to
I think
avoid
his plan
it.
is just to go around.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
And he'll be able...
He has 2 groups. Oh, he's going to use one to defend and the other one to attack.
Yeah, because he's...
This is a
Don't forget,
definite risk.
his population's increasing, so he's going to have an army at home to deal with this. And the
This is
mammoths help.
not a good spot. He should be just ignoring these mammoths right now and be looking to return the favor. And he should just walk past these warriors. He could probably actually take them out. But the idea here is that they're already too far away from his base, so he should not be sending them back. And let's see what he chooses and how he's going to defend with the warriors as they
charge.
Base. And you see the slinger switch XKaLiBaR that you were looking for. Looks
Yeah.
like B is now starting to make those slingers there, which is going to be good for him.
Oh.
That makes steady well. Oh,
Get the
and,
stone cutter.
okay, no gap. It looked like there was a gap, but
get the stone
he'd be
cutter.
smart.
Get the stone cutters. Hugely. Oh, nice walls here by Ahmed. Very nice.
Yeah.
And
This
he's
is a
already got
huge
the
deal. You
workers
just need
there
to
ready
ensure-
to repair.
Yep, he's going to be in a good spot here.
Looks like B managed to.
Oh, he managed to
defend.
break through.
Oh,
This is going to be really bad for him now.
this is like, gotta protect that stone cutter at all costs. I don't care if you die, protect it. Well,
Honestly, at this point, I think it might be GG for Ahmed, just because he only has 1 fighting pit right now,
Yeah.
and you see the B is full production at 7, and there's just no way that he's going to be able to come from that. No fighting pits left, so that stone cutter doesn't even matter anymore, and those villagers are going to be cleaned up by those warriors really quickly here.
oh.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a GG. I don't see any way he could pull in. Is he gonna stay to the last big? I would have just deleted it by now.
If he had held on to that fighting pit just a little bit longer and gotten a couple extra villagers to hold on to that wall, he would have been A-okay. And but I don't know how he was doing for wood or anything like that. That might have been why he wasn't able to rebuild his building. Yeah, you can see he's bottomed out in wood now. It's unfortunate.
And that looks like a possible GG. Yes. You know, you do get nervous in these tournament games. Very nervous.
I know I do. I got nervous and I ended up losing 4 villagers to a tiger, so rookie mistakes. But Ahmed, I think you actually did pretty well here. I think that 2 crucial mistakes were the first, I think, investing in the macemen so early, maybe not the right call, and then really it was the forward fighting pits. That was half of your production, right? You only had 2 fighting pits back at home, and you lost those 3 because you put them so far forward and didn't really have the slingers or warriors to back it up, and given how small that map was. So losing those 3 production buildings, I think, really hurt. And then also, Asia just has a bit of a better Stone Age tempo with being able to get that poultry yard up that much faster and transitioning into a permanent food economy before Europe does. So on that map, I think it worked out really well. But overall, I think he played well, and there were just a couple of crucial mistakes. And when you're playing at this high of a level, it only takes 1 or 2 to turn tides of games.
Guys, don't use a stone cutter as your wall. I've even seen people surround their stone cutter with houses because they don't want it to be taken down. It's very important. Don't lose that stone cutter. And don't lose your pits. Right, Habeebee, what game do you want to see next? Which player?
Let's watch the Wacho game.
Wacho. All right, we got Wacho versus. Did we do what? Did we do the one against Bronick?
We did the one against Bronick.
So
I
we
did
only
one
got
yesterday against
Flatwater.
No spoilers or anything, but I feel like
do
it would be
do
good.
the one versus Gogeta. I think
Gogeta,
that'll be an
okay.
interesting game to watch.
All right.
Gogeta, you mean Gogeta?
Oh, it's Gogeta?
Are you a Dragon Ball fan?
No. Can't say I am.
So it's Gogeta, yeah? Is that how I'm gonna pronounce him?
Let me see how the name is spelled.
Yep,
Is
thank
it
you for...
Gogeta?
We'll see in a minute here. Thank you, Philip, for that reminder. 32 of you guys in the stream right now. Appreciate you watching. If you're enjoying the stream, please give it a like and subscribe to World War Selection. If you're enjoying that content, it really means a lot. Ahmed, you and me both. This is also my tournament here, so we're about to watch one of my games, and I'm gonna try to avoid commenting as much, just because I know what happens in this game, obviously, but gonna be critical of my own gameplay here. It's useful to for learning purposes. I don't, and I guess for everyone, when we're watching your games, we, anytime we're doing critiques here, I think it's just for, purely for learning purposes and pointing out how we can all do better.
And also, I would try and subscribe to Wacho's channel, because it looks like he might be doing some 1v1 replays soon. So, alright, here we go. Let's get into this game. Okay, over in the left side in the red we have Wacho as the low and slow, and on the right side we have Gogeta in the yellow, and I will just quickly sort out the name tags at the bottom. There we go. There we go. I hope people notice that I actually do the right colors as well, so you know who's who. Okay, pro shit here. Okay, so this map, let's have a look. We got the fish. I'm not too sure if you can get that. Oh, you might not be able to get that fish. That is on a bit of a hill, so that's unfortunate. We do have some cows over here. Might need to expand and build a base over here with that 10k stone. Not looking good for trees again for Wacho here. Oh god, patches everywhere.
Gogeta's on the right side.
Oh yeah, Gogeta. Yes, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's mirror mapped.
Exactly.
And we have a left versus right type of mirror map. Was he able to find them straight away? Sometimes you scout. Sometimes you go like diagonally. You might end up over here and go, what the hell is this? Right.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting map, and as you can see here, the only real good wood spot on this map are either going to be your stone nodes, or if you go down south, and there's a nice tree line down there. So, proper scouting is definitely going to be something that, you're going to want to see. And scouting in general, again, always, no matter the map, you always want to have good scouting so you can identify where your important resources are and what kind of strategies are available to you. If it's a big map, you might play more defensively, or if it's small, you'll know that you're going to have to invest more early into your Stone Age warriors or slingers or what have you, to be able to defend against early aggression, because, well, if you're closer to your opponent, they're going to hit you that much faster.
I love these kind of maps because it means you have to spread around, and you're spreading around thin, and that means there's a lot of splitting available, especially with horses. If you play horses, this could be a very good, maybe very good for this map.
Yeah. That's a great point that you make there. And you can see both players right now. We're going ahead and going out to these forward cattles, but again, it's a very exposed warehouse. It's really kind of isolated. And as you said, when you have all these resources out here that are kind of spread and clumped around, it's very hard to build a nice defensive base without suffering the ability to actually get out on the map. So you're gonna have to things that we see players do is they build a lot of towers on each of their nodes. But yeah, as you said, horsemen, all those kinds of units for raiding are going to have, a field day on these open kinds of maps.
All right, getting all them upgrades for the warehouse. And getting the upgrades here as well. Okay, looking good for food. Looking beautiful for food for Gogeta. Gogeta. Is it Gogeta or Gogeta?
It's Gogeta.
Gogeta.
I spelled it wrong in the thing. Okay, never mind. Here we go.
Sure,
this is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Professional.
You were saying, hey, he heard your stream from the future and said, nope, I am not going to use my stone cutter as part of my wall here. Again, if you lose that stone cutter, it is absolutely devastating. So smart play on him to not have it on the front line.
So we see Wacho actually going for a temple first, trying to play it safe as possible, but Gogeta is playing a little bit more aggressive, but still getting that temple up as quick as he can, but he's got them 3 pits up and he's gone warriors. Yeah, there's the upgrades. Is he still building workers? No, he's stopped building workers. He's on at 39 workers. That's a nice amount of workers. Not too bad. But it does need to get something done with these warriors. This should not be. If you build warriors, you need to send them out as fast as you can to do some damage before the opponent gets too many slingers, which Wacho seems to be doing.
When you think about it, because when you invest so heavily into Stone Age units, you have to realize that those resources could have been used for upgrading, especially if you're Europe, upgrading villagers when you get to the next age. So if you're going to invest in Stone Age units, you need to earn value off of them, right? Otherwise, they're just a wasted investment.
You went for the not so many huts there, so you could just upgrade them. You wanted to save a bit on food, which I understand. There isn't much food. There isn't much wood here, and you managed to get that farm up quickly, so you're gonna be able to get your population upgrade. No, you're gone for workers. How many workers have you got? 42.
Oh, here comes a big attack.
Here we go. I think this is the right position for you here, defending, but you
No, that forest. Oh no.
This is good. This
There's
is
a
good.
hole, and he didn't even go in.
He couldn't. It was blocked anyway with the slingers. I think Wacho should be able to defend this. He's using workers as well, which is nice. Few hits and then run off. Few hits, run off. Nicely done. He's got 1 bulwark. That should be enough, and that's a nice defense there. And we got the workers heading over somewhere. I'm assuming they will be upgraded, and he's going to go for this tree line. No, he's not going for that tree line. Oh, he's gone really south of the border.
Yeah, the thinking here is, again, it is very exposed, right? But the further out of the way you go, the less likely you're going to be raided. So we saw in last game, Timon with that, forward fishing dock, and he had the map control, so, it was in his territory and it couldn't be seen. This is in no territory, but, players oftentimes, it can do you some good, especially if you build a horseman, to just do a scout around, the outside of the map and look for those nodes, because a lot of times players will send villagers out there. So my hope here is that, it's nice and tucked away, and, whether or not it gets raided, we'll have to see. But, the idea is that it's nice and out of the way, so hopefully they, nice source of wood here. And I also was able to scout down there and realize that that's really our best source of wood in this game. So,
yeah,
wanted to get there early.
Building houses there, so not too bad. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Did you forget you had one at home?
Yep, so here I was really struggling on the food economy and wanted to make sure I was able to produce a ton of archers and slingers non-stop here. So having double farms temporarily was kind of the idea.
Gogeta's looking to trying to get surround on the slingers. No. Didn't micro that good enough. I think it's a fair trade here still. But now your food economy is pretty good, but you've only got 2 pits, and now we've got some 4 barracks, so that's nice. They'll be able to pump out some archers as well. So I think you're in a pretty good position, although you've got some workers here fighting off the warriors. Lost a few there, I think. Let's have a look at Gogeta's eco. Ooh, struggling for that wood. Really struggling for that wood. He needs to sort his wood out. He's got this one over here. Needs to stabilize it now. We see Wacho going for the counter attack. Finally, it's time. He smells blood.
We do see Gogeta's already on his way to Iron Age, so that's going to be good for him. He's got a lot of iron stockpiled. Maybe too much. He might do a little better to have less iron and a little bit more wood in the bank here.
Yes. That is way too much. And now this is the perfect counter because Gogeta upgraded all these pits, so he can't get any more slingers. Or he wasn't even getting slingers, he was getting warriors. But now he's going to have to switch to these spearmen, which aren't not going to trade well, and they cost a lot more because they cost wood, and he doesn't have much wood. And he invested all of that on these towers as well. I should have moved them ages ago. Move them down here. We are Iron Age and still Bronze Age for Wacho. Alright, he's managed to defend him off, chasing him. He should be able to chase him all the way back to his base, possibly, unless Wacho does some nice microing. Oh, more backup coming. And towers. Yes, nicely done.
After this game, do you guys mind to have like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, sure.
I just have to go do some laundry. I mean, it's not a big problem if you guys don't want to. You guys can still do it without me.
No, I'm fine to do a break. I need to go to the toilet.
But that's a lot of wild animals.
Yeah, so look at those villagers. They're going to run into a lot of unfriendly surprises.
4
Looks
bears.
like he's heading down to go get a dock or something and take advantage of the big
stone.
lake we have to ourselves. Nope, going for stone.
All right.
Losing a villager to the boar.
Heavy spearmen versus the archers and towers. Not a good trade. And he did have all that extra iron. So might as well have got them, but he's still struggling for that wood.
Look at him go, though. He is almost on his way to the medieval age already. So doing a good job. And this is what you want to do as Asia, is you want to stay ahead. You want to age up fast. You know, he is kind of, I think, maybe not doing the best trades with these small groups of heavy spearmen, but it is keeping me at bay. And he's able to do a tech up behind this.
I still prefer your position here. I just feel more comfortable going archers. Oh, yeah. See, nice attack here as well. Losing workers that are on the wood, which he doesn't want to be losing. And he hits medieval. Oh, this is not good. Melee units don't quite work, but let's see. Is he going to be able to fight you off here? I don't think you can even take down this tower that efficiently, especially if there's archers around.
I don't think Wacho saw the stoneworkers. No, he didn't.
That's a tough one to see. Did you?
I definitely did not. Otherwise, we would have gone for him.
All right, this is looking nice. This is looking nice over here.
Yeah, no, Wacho is definitely in the superior position right now.
48 workers. 48 workers. No fish. Oh, you can't get. Well, you could get a dock there, but.
Marmelaaada pointing out that archers have higher building damage than melee heavy spears, and yes, they do. It's actually quite insane. I was able to use these archers to easily destroy those nice and spongy early Asia towers there. Had no problem cleaning up the 1 or 2 that he put on the wood line and the iron.
Basically, looks like Wacho's just in the textbook East Europe strategy, pushing out with that workshop, and Gogeta, he's your melee guy. Getting Ashigarus and Samurais. He's finally run out of iron, so just the 2 samurai. 2 samurais. The last samurai. Maybe do a bit of splash damage, but not liking this position for him. Oh, the tigers. How did that tiger still survive?
God, archers.
A lot of Ashigarus, though. A lot of Ashigarus right here. Almost 30 of them. A couple samurai might be in the mix there as well.
Attacking there before you can get that catapult out. Or is it going to be a ram? Might be nothing since it's going to go down. Yeah, he's focusing on that. He doesn't want any siege coming out because he'll be in real trouble then. Map is looking all red. Oh, there's another one.
Yep, already canceled the catapult that I was making under there because I knew it would go down. And this was a point where, you know, I had to make the call, right? Because he had all these melee units that were kind of just overwhelming my lower amounts of archers right now. So trying to work on my economy, just getting to Europe, you know, trying to get up my houses, get the population upgrade, which we do have in now for me. And I realized that, you know, I could try to, you know, keep throwing more resources into my forward, but didn't think that I had a high prospect of keeping it alive and didn't want to lose even more resources. So we just went ahead and forfeit it, retreat a little bit more and tower up.
This is a mistake here. He should actually be running to your base with all of this to do some damage. This is not where he wants to be fighting.
Yep, these are expensive units that he could be getting a lot of value from, trying to go and harm my economy at home, but instead he's fighting under towers, and yes, he's pushing me back, but again,
cheap.
those
These
are
cheap
expensive units.
Yeah, yours does cheap. Easily replaceable. And he got that one house with no name in the middle of the map. Yep, that's gonna... Look at that. Already paying off. Did you just beat that Ashigaru? Oh, yeah, towers to help as well. Alright, we've got some barracks going down now. Back to the textbook. Your textbook got shut down, but you're back at it. And I think Gogeta's going to be struggling now to build units.
So all of his buildings are upgraded. He might... No, actually, he's still waiting on some warehouses to come in, but looks like he's in a pretty good spot to... Food economy's a little weak. But all of his buildings are upgraded now, so he does have the option of going LMA if he so chooses.
Ooh, I don't know. This warehouse still needs to be upgraded. Slacking Days losing some eco, not upgrading that. There's a lot of samurais now.
That can be some trouble right there, those samurai.
They have been improved. But if you spread your archers, they're not going to be that great. But they're going to tear through them. Look at them.
I mean, samurai outclass legions, right? Like legionnaires.
They might. I haven't. I think legionnaires might still be a little bit stronger, but samurai are faster and cheaper, and they get splash damage, so they are going to melt through these guys like butter.
That's one of the things I always do when you have a splash damage like a Tapak. I always spread archers out in a large formation so that they can only hit one at a time.
Not too bad against buildings, are they?
Yeah, what's the damage on these guys?
It's
16.
I think it's like
16 damage, and that's 16 pure damage for buildings as well. So yeah, that's nothing to scoff at. You can see they're even melting those squads.
Oh, did you have a squad there? My God, that went down quick.
I had a couple of squads. But again, super expensive units here, so I'm happy to, you know, even though he's pushing me back, these are just great trades for me because, again, I'm spending only food.
You still haven't got to your 150 pop. So he's done well. He spent all of that eco building the barracks to only lose them. And you're now...
all that wood that was wasted
and
consequently, nothing to show for it. And continually supply capped, exactly. So rather than building those forward buildings, you know, maybe a couple more houses at home to get a bigger archer.
I love watching this. This is awesome. I've never actually watched games with samurais, full-on samurais before. Oh, I'm gonna have to start putting samurais in my game.
I mean, again, running through the towers like this is just throwing these units away, and he really needs to be saving them as much as he can.
I gotta say, they're doing a great job, but at the expense that they're worth and not being able to take down that ultimate, like, 4-tower area, he's basically just wasting them at this point.
That being said, he's got a lot of iron and food stocked up, so it looks like he's not going to be anytime soon. He just spent a lot of food on something, so he must have just trained another round of units.
Where's his houses? Both of you, what is wrong with you two? Where's the 150 pop? Should be there by now. 33 minutes.
Yep, XD and Cyber pointing out, yep, I should be using the wide formation against these samurais. Like, these guys are too clumped up right now, and that's causing them to go down that much faster.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about, like, the multi-hit wide formation always allows you to only get one at a time.
Like this.
See, those guys are like basically wide at this point.
More towers going up. How's your work account? Not too bad. 77. And
He's on his way to
80.
LMA as we speak.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a lot of stuff coming in from your side, Wacho.
Militiamen and archers.
As you can see here, I spotted villagers in the south. So if you go look up,
Ouch. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt his wood. But he's got plenty of wood stored up, so that's not too bad. And he's ahead on workers, or was ahead on workers yet. No, he's not ahead on workers. There's actually quite a few dead bodies there.
At least 10.
There's a look.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
Yeah, I think about 15. That was a big hit. That probably decided the game there, possibly. Now you got a decent army. And 150 pop supply there, getting up to getting catapults up, and this is looking good. There's no archers to kill these catapults either from Gogeta. So
this is a mistake here from Gogeta because he is now, I think we're both late Middle Ages actually, because we're looking at me right now. But I think Gogeta also went late Middle Age, but he doesn't have any archery ranges, which I think was a bit of a mistake for him because I think you get the halberdiers out of the barracks, but really you want to go LMA for East Asia to get those hand cannons because they're quite powerful units here, and he spent all those resources going there and nothing really showed for it. Instead opting to go for these Spangolds.
it didn't even get one hit out because the range is so rubbish on them. Oh, he's still got more coming. Oh, his supply's not looking that great.
Oh my god, that forward base that Watcher now has is just
It's deadly.
stuffed with a legend. It's amazing. Plus, he's running right out of metal. There's gonna be no more of that stuff
Oh,
coming.
nice. And they're done. 1 for 1. Look how much metal he's getting. GG. Now, I think he should have, if he was going for that full-on melee, he really needed to focus on getting to that 150 pop and mixing in some Ashigaras in there, because you can't always build the samurais. When you can't, you just fill it in with the Ashigaras, and he might have actually overwhelmed you, but he didn't get those houses up in time. He had the eco, and he could have actually, with
Definitely
the
had
extra
the eco.
units, he could have gone to your base. There's no towers, and I doubt he spotted this. If he did, though, that would have really hurt you.
Yeah, if he had found that would have crushed my economy. And I think, yeah, the really big issue is that he had a couple of moments where he had really turned the momentum around, but rather than, again, walking around the towers and going for my base, at least the one that he knows exists, where he, hit me with warriors at the beginning of the game, that would have done so much more damage and given him so much more value and kept the momentum on his side. But instead, he continues to just go straight into my cheap spam and towers, and it'll just let me wear him down with cheap units and efficiency.
Now, Habeebee, you're going on a break.
Yep, 5 minutes.
And who do you want to see next?
Ooh. No, I know the game's not out yet, but I do want to see Wacho versus Paradox.
No.
No, we gotta. I think
Different group,
we could
different
do-
group. Stop picking on Wacho. You can
Yeah.
pick on me. I've got a game.
Yeah,
Different
we could do
group.
XKaLiBaR's game. We could do Marmelaaada versus Gogeta. We could do Tankshot versus Roru.
Tank shot. Oh, I want to see that. Tank shot versus Roru.
Rorodu 50.
Roru. I want to see
I
that.
think I'd like to see that one.
All right, we're going on a short break. Enjoy the little video I've made. I hope you learned something in this video. It's a bit educational. So we'll see you in about 5 to 8 minutes. Okay. Got a toilet. I'll be back. They can't hear us.
Picks on Tankshot versus Roru. I think we've seen Roru has really been the surprise from day one of the stages.
And we're back. We're gonna wait for Habeebee, and then we'll get into our next game. Let's load that up. Apologies for the pressing the wrong buttons there. There's too many buttons to press. Oh my god, what a terrible map coming up. So that's another win for you, Wacho. So that's 2 wins, 1 loss. Feeling good?
Yeah. You know, like I said, I didn't have expectations to make it out. I still don't have expectations to make it out of the group stage, but all is going, going well so far. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Well,
But
all you have to do is beat
go for it.
Paradox, and Paradox has to beat Marmelaaada.
Correct.
Who else have you got to play?
Paradox is my last game, so I had a game against Flatwater, which we also have the replay for, and he that's it. So Paradox is the last person, and he has been a little bit difficult to plan my game with, but we'll get there at some point. There's still plenty of time.
Next game will be Tankshot versus Wacho789. Wacho has been playing solid, very solid games so far, and we haven't seen anything from Tankshot. But going by the previous tournaments, he's one to watch out for. So this should be a good game. Whether there's going to be any proxies or rushing or cheesy strats, we'll find out. Right, let's get the name tags written. What's your predictions? You got your money on Tankshot or Wacho789? Right in the comments. Yes, I know you can hear me. That's we're back. Timon, we're back. Hope you had your education in the video. Learn a bit about the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. You'll be tested on it later in the tournament.
Yep, there'll be a quiz.
That's not a bad idea to give out some countries with the quiz. Yeah, not a bad idea.
Oh,
yeah. That's done.
So I want to hear people in the chat, despite meta, because I don't want to hear the same answer every time. But what's your favorite medieval country? Is it going to be East Asia, West Asia, East Europe, West Europe, and why? I'd personally say, honestly, I like West Asia. Maybe it's just like, I mean, again, probably the weakest of the 4 right now in the current meta. But I think I love the different units, just like elephants, even though I never ever use them. I like their towers. They, have the 3 archer fire, which I think, is kind of nice. Doesn't hit as hard as like the European towers, but it does have a rapid rate of fire. So, and then I like how they transition into cannons. I think the cannons and the cannon towers are actually very underestimated. West Asia actually, I believe, might have the best cannon out of all of them. Not sure though. I think one of the Europeans.
Yeah,
I can't remember. Somebody correct me in chat. What are the stats on the different cannons?
Europeans, I'm pretty sure are better. But the cannon towers, they might cost a lot, but they're free population. So, it can be played defensively and it could be played aggressively with it.
Right, and I think you might actually find some use in the aggressive placement. I guess the problem though right now, right, is that they're blocked behind having to build the forge, and if you're going to invest those kinds of resources into building those towers, which are a great siege unit for you, because, well, let's be honest, their ballista they're all right, but not the best siege unit. They outrange towers now, which is nice, but it's kind of more slow moving. I love the range on those cannon towers. It's just that if you're going to invest that kind of resources, you might be better off putting that towards IR.
Well, if you think about it, you don't waste any population on building cannons.
Right.
It's a no-brainer, but people aren't seem to be using that strategy as much. I mean, I'm saying this and not using it myself, but I'm just waiting for somebody else to use it to make it work. Then I'll steal it off them and use it myself. But
Right,
exactly. I need to know if it works. But I think there's some potential in it. But usually when I say this, people say no, it costs too much. It costs too much.
Right. Krolon saying he likes Europe because of how the farm works, and I agree.
Yep.
I think Europe, the poultry area can get very frustrating sometimes with how clustery they get, and it just doesn't seem to be as stable of a food income, and that might be partly just because of how Europe, when you're training your units, it's a slow drain over time, whereas Asia's, they queue for free, but then they drain, you go from 1,000 resources to 0 resources in the blink of an eye, right? So, Europe just overall, I think, seems stable. The farm I like is very stable. You keep all, it's very nice. It feels cozy when you place it right next to your temple and you've got a nice base wall around it.
Do you know how much of a
I think the farm is
difference it
nice.
makes when you spread those chickens, well, ducks now, and also have some towers there and shoot, like shift click all of those ducks and kill them? You will
I
see
am
your
not-
eco
I-
boost for the food.
Right. I
Because
think,
don't forget,
if
they
you
waste
have-
time killing the ducks as well.
Right,
workers.
exactly. And the ducks do move around, so they can
Yeah,
cluster,
that
they
too.
can go away from the thing. So by doing that, pre-killing them. The problem is it's pretty micro-intensive. So if you
Yes.
you might be busy out on the map doing something else. So which I know some players actually do opt to go for 2 poultry yards, but I think if you really need that much food, ideally you're going and getting fish.
If there's no fish, you have to get the 2 poultries. But as I said, if you could, I mean, it's hard. If you're getting 2
pre-kill
poultries,
the chickens.
if you're getting 2 poultries, that means you're constantly fighting, and if you're constantly fighting, you're not gonna have too much time to kill those ducks
Right, exactly.
and spread those workers out. I've seen, chickens back then. They wander off far. Behind your houses, where your workers have to somehow they squeeze through the houses, I think. So that means your workers have to walk all the way around to get it, and it's like, where are you going? Whereas,
Yeah.
as Krolon said, the European farm is none of that happens. Your workers are always spread, one click, more crops, sorted.
Exactly. Olby says he likes going East Asia so he can get to China because it's the most interesting side to play for him. And I think, I think
100%.
China is a nice, unique play style. It's got a lot of tempo, unique units in the sense like the militia spam is actually pretty good. You've got mounted guardsmen, which I think I always have a blast playing with mounted guardsmen. And then, the way that their foreign supply center works is really fun. You can get a lot of armored units up pretty quick and pretty cheap. They're not the best. They're always a little bit worse than the actual version that they're imitating. But it definitely a lot of fun ones. And the rice farm, you can get a really good food powerhouse going once you get that. And who can't forget the suicide fishing ships?
Yeah. Timon once beat me in a naval map with fishing from China. I mean, he built like 50, 100 or something. I couldn't get any boats out. Every time I had boats out, I just got surrounded by these fish boats, just exploded all my boats. I still have nightmares about that game. Right. Where is he?
I think we might as well go ahead and, I don't know. It is Tankshot versus Roru, so maybe we'll give him a minute or 2 more. Jesse, welcome to the stream. Missing the first battles. You missed, who was our first game? Oh, Habeebee's back. Great. Well, you tuned in at just the right time, Jesse. You only missed 2 games. You missed me versus Gogeta. We saw some interesting samurai play, maybe a couple of mistakes there, some good learning experience. And we saw Ahmed versus B on a very small and aggressive map. And then we also saw, why am I drawing a blank on our
Timon.
first match?
Timon versus Shaden.
Versus Shaden, where we saw very interesting strategy using the elephant Bashabuziks out of West Asia, but ultimately succumbing to the sheer power of Russia. And you tuned in at the right time because we were doing Tankshot versus Roru. Roru has played very well in the 2 games that we saw him play. Yesterday, taking down the big bad wolf, as well as making quick work of Pius and winning that game in under 10 minutes, I think. So an anticipated match here, and I can't wait to get into it.
Right, let's get into it. No time like the present. Here we go. Here we go. On the right side in the red we have Tankshot, and on the left side we have Rorodo 50 in the yellow on this tiny map. It's gonna be interesting. Decent amount of trees and the iron is safe, so it should be a pretty long game. So quickly check if the name tags are on.
They're not on just yet.
So annoying. They clicked, but they seem to unclick for some reason. Alright, here we go. Okay. Let's have a look at what Tankshot's doing. No upgrades just yet. It is early. Oh, some nice deer catching. I think there's 2 deers caught there. That's nice. Right next to his warehouse.
400 food. That's an instant 800 food right there. 400 per deer. That's going to be huge. And it's exactly as you said, right next to the warehouse. That couldn't have gone better for him.
Yeah, straight away on that wood upgrade. Oh,
exactly.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, this game might end early. I think Rorodu's wanting to force the issue. He must have scouted Tankshot pretty quickly here, and she's going to move right out into the center of the map and going for those 4 cattles, and I imagine we'll see some fighting pits coming up pretty quickly after that.
Nice. Okay. That's a nice catch there, because food-wise, there isn't too much. You could come down here for a bit of fish, but other than that, you got your mammoth up here in the ball and some cows. You're going to have to fight for that, and some cows over here, but this is such a good play by Rorodu. Really well played there. So
I have to imagine what he did. Or go for it, yep.
Got getting his slingers up.
Yeah, I have to imagine what he did too, right? Is he probably, saw him spawn in the top left corner, saw the water to his left, and just sent a scout down on the bottom right side. So those cows would have been right in the line of sight of the scout. Yep. And that's why he's gonna, be able to find those cows really quickly. And he wasted no time thinking about it. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and that's what you see at the top level of gameplay players. Once they spot an opportunity, they go right for it and they seize it. They don't dilly-dally around. They know what they're doing, they have a plan, and they're ready to execute.
See, the best player is the one that keeps checking their scout, because you don't just send a scout, you got to keep watching what you see as you're going across the map. And that's what
see bulwarks and slingers coming for it.
Yeah, I like it so far. Step by step. Ooh, warriors from Tankshot to try and stop this. I think that is his only play. He can't kill the bulwark. Oh, this is not good. He's going to try and do a counter attack. But it's only got 4 warriors going up.
Bulwarks are so strong right now, I think, in the current meta. I'm surprised we don't see it, especially on these small maps. Being able to get those early bulwarks, they're going to help take down these buildings over time. They're a population-free unit when you're limited at 60 population. Just a really great unit. And slingers can't actually attack them, so good for going warriors, but then the warriors are just getting mowed down by the slingers. So really powerful play out of here from Rorodu.
Bad spot for those pits. Bad. He needs to put some more pits down. He's got plenty of wood for it. I'd grab like 10 workers and just start building some pits inside his base as soon as he can. But the slingers in his base is going to have to use the workers to try and kill the slingers. Oh, the mammoth's in as well.
Wow, Rorodu is really, I don't know that name, but oh my god, what a game. Already Tankshot's been put on defense, and he has nothing to do.
And you can see all of his villagers are idling, just trying to get that mammoth down for all that food, but so much time has been wasted, and Macemen are coming in now to seal the deal. This is Excellent play from Rodu. Absolutely insane. And that's the GG. Wow.
How long was that?
8 minutes,
8
20.
minutes.
Does that beat Timon's time?
Yeah. I can't remember what his time was. It was about that time, but that was a very aggressive play.
Wow, that was really. I didn't expect Tankshot to just go down like that.
And he did it all from 3 fighting pits. Not even, right? I think he was just getting up that 3rd one. Yeah, didn't even finish the 3rd one. All from 2 fighting pits. He was put on an immense amount of pressure, and I really think it was those bulwarks. I mean, insane play.
All right. Right, let's have a laugh now. We can watch my replay.
I mean, bulwarks and slingers, that just seems like the sealed deal right there. Because if you go slingers, you can't really hurt the bulwarks. And if you go warriors, well, then you have the slingers to back the bulwarks. It's just, ugh.
Yeah, it's a really strong combo.
Well, me and Marmelaaada was talking about this earlier today. It's really tough to count. Whichever way you go to try and counter it, it's risky. Habeebee. Habeebee.
Yeah?
You good for the rest of the evening?
I mean, I'm just gonna have to head back over in like another hour to get my laundry again.
Have you got a washing machine?
We have a washing machine in the apartment complex, not at our unit. So in the complex, it's down by the front. So I have to drive down there and I have to switch it. But this thing sucks. Like the clothes come out like they've been in a pool for an hour, just soaked, and then you throw them in the dryer, and the dryer doesn't dry them in like 1 hour. So I have to go redo it again.
Oh dear.
So it's on its 2nd drying right now. Hopefully it'll be dry by the time I go back down, but I don't know.
Alright, here we go. Next game. Let's start it.
Make sure you don't forget to update the player tags.
Yes. Stop talking during the thing. There's music. All right, let me do the name tags quickly.
I agree, Winbert. And having to put that much effort into laundry, I'm impressed, Habeebee, because I can barely do laundry myself, and I fortunately have an in-unit washer dryer, which is a lifesaver. But that's a lot of effort. So
I have a wife.
That's what I was.
Simple things. Simple.
Simple things. No, we were supposed to have an in-unit washer and dryer, but last-minute changes to our, apartment stay ended up with us with a different unit, so we no longer have that, opportunity for, in-unit washer and dryer. Considering if we stayed. Okay, sorry. Talking too much about laundry.
Yeah, cool. Now, I was gonna pause up. I didn't start this straight away, so I can show you that build I was talking about as well. So I'm in the red, in the bottom side, and my opponent is Buc Twój. Buc. We call him Buc.
Yep, Buc works for me.
And let's start this off. 1 worker, shoes, 5 workers, scout, and
Hey,
then
I
spam.
did. We didn't point it out, but I did that in my game against Gogeta, and I gotta say, I'm a big fan. I think I'm a new disciple of the worker first shoe start.
So as we see, I pick out 1 worker from the tree line, start building them huts. This one came out of the altar. I took a while. It was one of these this spot, it didn't always pop up. I saw it and then I accidentally moved the mouse and I couldn't get it back. And yeah, I spent a few, but this was a perfect warehouse, I thought.
PITEON is, yeah, I really like that warehouse, being able to get all 3 resources right there for the bang of one warehouse. And apparently we've got a little bit of a typo on PanBuc's name on the player tag.
Really?
Spelled
I copy and pasted it.
Instead of B-U-C. I'm gonna fix that real quick. Thank you for pointing that out, chat.
Yeah, cool. All right, here we go. And that's pretty much the way it goes. And then you start getting your upgrades and you're good to go. Second scout. Okay, this game, let me just point out, and then I'm going to hand it all over to you.
Oh.
I could not find him. For the life of me, I could not find him for a long time. I ended up going over here. I was like, oh, he's not here. So I thought, oh, maybe he's over here. Nope, not over there. And then it was my second scout that eventually went up here, and I was like, ah, there he is. And then he killed my scout. And then I had to bring the other scout all the way back up to actually scout around this base to see what is going on. So, over to you.
That could definitely happen if you know, obviously a lot of the pro players, they like to take the guessing game a little bit out of it, and they'll spend some time to look at the edges of the map and see if they can spot similar, bumps to determine the symmetry and figure out where their opponent is. But yeah, on a big open map like this that's mostly land, you can definitely get lost out there. So finding your opponent and finding them late can definitely impact your gameplay a little bit. So we'll have to see how you cope with, finding him later, and if that impacts, whether or not he's attacking you first, or if you choose to go more defensively because you couldn't find him. We'll have to see there. We've got a nice wall of houses coming out from here, so I imagine we're going to see, a nice closed off base. Should be good. And you've got a nice natural wall of a cliff on your left side, which is going to be the same for Buc up in the north. So far we're seeing a temple first, getting that up nice and quick, followed by a fighting pit, maybe most likely for defensive, where we see Buc already has his fighting pits out. He's got a stone cutter up. He's not got any of the upgrades yet, but going ahead and training some slingers and advancing out on the map to get those cattle. And he marked it with his October man there instead of using house. Definitely, if you have those, there's real strategic play. Not saying it's pay to win, but certainly have to. Gotta be careful about that bear though, so that needs to watch out for that. Good base building coming out of him as well. Not utilizing the cliff to his advantage. I think he might have done a little bit better to wall to the cliff. I'd also do better to secure his iron, and now his iron is part of the stone wall, but we'll see if that comes out to play. So a little bit slower on the template here. Do we see you going up already to the next stage? Not quite, but you've got oh, you are, exactly. So that was a very quick tech up, and you went Asia, which is an interesting choice again here. So we'll have to see how that turns out.
I didn't find the extra food. Terrible, as I said, it was terrible scouting for me. Did not see those cows.
I think you made the right call here, though.
Did see the mammoth and accidentally built the warehouse there. It wasn't. That warehouse wasn't supposed to be there.
Hopefully you kill it with some slingers and it'll be a nice source of food, but we'll see if you end up doing it. It is outside your base and you have the poultry yard at this point, so probably looking to use that in a more secure space. Good, overall good base building. Slingers coming out. You are well ahead in tech up though, and I think when you can't find your opponent, this is the right choice. Just go ahead and tech up and, prepare to be attacked in case they found you. And these slingers coming in, still a gap at the front of the base, so you got some slingers to the right. One villager gets away. Nicely done. Defensive tower coming up, help keep these slingers at bay. Doing a good job here. And definitely looking to add a wall once you clean up these slingers, so that should be nice. A little bit outnumbered here, but it should be no problem. You've got reinforcements coming in quickly, and those slingers are going down. Nice and easy. So let's see. We can go back to Buc's base and see if he is chosen to go Asia or Europe. He's gone to Europe. All right, so another Asia v Europe match. And again, I think what we would like to see is, faster tech ups. We'll see a nasty wall line right here. I don't know how his wood situation is doing, but definitely overcrowded. I think he was just trying to gather up a little wood while he upgraded the villagers and subsequently put them all onto the farm, so he should be nice and okay here. Going ahead and getting that mammoth there should be a nice source of food if you choose to go for it. Free food, it's what, 1,000 food, I think, so should be a nice source of food without having to spend any wood, and a fort tower coming to secure the other side of your wood line. So far, both players just ecoing up. Is a huge map, so I think we'll probably be in for a long one here. There is a gap on your right side, but I don't think that's going to be that much of an issue. You've kind of walled it around, and again, nice and tucked in.
Towers there to protect that wood line.
Yep, I like the forward placements. You know, that prevents him from doing any towers of his own on that wood line here, and it's also kind of starting to secure the wood line more to the left. And we see archery ranges coming up, which is a great choice. Definitely going to help you get that production once you upgrade those fighting pits and can no longer make slingers. And let's see. Buc is finished upgrading all of his buildings. A little low on food, has a number of villagers going. He's preemptively building a couple of towers here, which is not necessarily a bad idea. Again, I don't see any scouts for him on the map, though, so he does see now that you've got slingers in his territory, but he's got some archers to help handle it. This is not enough archers, so clearing out the boar. I don't know if you spotted it. Forward range coming forward.
He actually scouted me straight away.
Right. I guess not knowing what you're up to now, though, because he doesn't have any remaining scouts and he hasn't come out. He is trying to knock down these archers, doing nice micro to keep these villagers alive. Slingers will trade very quickly, should make short work of these archers, and you should be able to keep these villagers alive and continue on with your forward. You see more archers coming, though.
That is chasing.
Another villager goes down. Oh, another villager going down. And it looks like the last one's going to go down as well, so that's going to put a little bit of a delay in your forward-based building.
No, it's not going
he's
down.
Doing a great job. However, the caveat to this, he keeps the one villager alive, which will be very nice for him, building the archery ranges forward, and all the while getting great value out of the slingers here. So the Pete is on, and we see Europe is now going to the Iron Age, which is going to be good for him. We'll see if any heavy spears come out. He's getting a couple more villagers and then opting to go for the vision upgrade, most likely because he doesn't want to go to the medieval age just yet. Great villager picks coming in from the slingers, and this is exactly what you want to do. You want to, even if you lose all these slingers to the towers, you want to pick all these villagers off because it's going to hurt him a lot more to lose his European villagers than it is for you to lose 50 food slingers. Completely got him off of food. And can we take a look at his economy right now if we switch over to his perspective? You've got a lot of food stocked up in the bank on your way to Iron Age, which is great. And as you can see, his food is starting to bottom out because his farm villagers have been both killed and idled in those towers, so he's completely out of food, can't build any more archers. This is devastating for him. His whole economy is completely stopped. He tries to get the villagers back out on the farm, and you're starting to rotate back over again. This is absolutely brutal and a great job of harassment by you. And honestly, I think it did come to play. If he had just chosen to wall off instead of back towards his iron, but walled off towards the cliff, you wouldn't have been able to get in nearly as easily, and his eco would be relatively safe. But instead, he leaves it open, leaves the gate wide open, and he's absolutely out of food, and it's looking not good for him. And you've got the forward villagers coming. I'm imagining you finished some of those ranges, so this is looking like some great play here.
Not again!
Little aggressive with the villagers, though.
Good micro. Again.
I just sent them up.
We have one.
That was
Forward
a new
archery
batch.
ranges is nice. And here, this is, again, it's not good right now. He's coming out with too few archers. He needs to stay back in his base, stay under the towers, and defend right around the iron. Coming out and meeting you with fewer numbers is not going to work well, especially when those European archers are more expensive than the Asian archers. So not having them in mass is going to really force way more inefficient trades than he needs to be taking. And again, he's coming out one at a time and letting them get picked off one by one when he doesn't need to. He just needs to stay back and defend. Forward tower coming forward. But yeah, I think Buc here was really throwing away those archers and continues to send them out in pairs of 1 and 2, and he just doesn't have the food eco behind this. You know, it's stabilizing a little bit, and he's choosing to go to Europe when the pressure is on him. I think he would do better to be spending those resources on getting towers.
Oh, they're going for it.
Archers manage to break down the building, and they have full access. He's building swordsmen, which again,
What
the
is
low
the
armor
plan?
units are going to get completely picked off. And the archers are able to whittle down the forge, which is going to prevent him from building more towers. He manages to start one more tower before the forge goes down, so he'll be able to complete it, but it is not looking good for Buc. Great pressure coming on from XKaLiBaR. Winbert saying that XKaLiBaR is losing more workers attacking than Buc is on defending. Yes, he's lost a handful of villagers attacking. However, that big slinger attack, I think, is going to put the villager numbers well in favor of Buc. We saw, I think I missed it there, but
50,
probably about
52 versus
looks like they're
51.
about. Yeah, they're about even on villagers. So those European villagers are going to be doing better, but again, they've been idled in those towers for so long. He finally goes Western Europe, which again, I think is the wrong pick in this situation because the tempo is against him, and Western Europe needs more time to get their forts up and running, get those fort upgrades into archery ranges for the longbows, get them upgraded so he can start getting Langschnetz or anything else, whereas, you know, Eastern Europe gets instant access to squads, instant access to the archer spam. If you have the wood, you get instant access to the militiamen. The tempo is there where it is not for Western Europe, and you're now doing the right thing and starting to take down those production buildings because the production buildings are not covered by the towers. He chooses to upgrade a couple of houses, but does he even really need it? He's only at 54 out of 90 pop, and he doesn't have the population upgrade. So I don't know if upgrading these houses is the right call. Instead, he should probably be upgrading some villagers and trying to get more fort production in the back. A couple of pikes here might actually be able to turn the tide, but you've got a huge archer mass right now. I imagine, you know, with the towers, even pikes are just not going to be enough.
Even with the housing getting destroyed, I mean, you're gonna run out of. No, he's still at 90, so he must have like a bunch of extra houses.
No, because he upgraded.
Forts are finally coming up, and the towers are being upgraded, and that's the right call. But he shouldn't. You know, he's out of food, he's out of wood. He shouldn't have upgraded those houses. He doesn't need the population because he can't even max out on his own 90 pop cap. And he's trying to build the forts, but it's too little, too late. The archers are in, and they're just going to pick off the remaining of his fort villagers, and it's only a matter of time until he calls GG. And once again, despite, you know, probably fewer villagers now, but despite having equal villager counts, the amount of idle time that they've done just sitting in these towers, and those archers are tearing down the towers with ease, and that's going to be a bunch of dead villagers right there. It's brutal.
I can't imagine he stays in much longer after this. This is just over.
Yeah, the farm is dead. They hide in the towers, but he's has to realize this is GG. Very well played, XKaLiBaR. I think for the, you know, well played on the build order wise. I think, you know, obviously I think the scouting could have gone a little bit better, as you had pointed out, but nice pressure, good choice in going for the ranges. And just getting nice and efficient trades. And I really do think at the end of the day, it was a huge mistake. Springald's coming in for that siege power to start whittling down the houses, if not the temple. And that should be GG in a few minutes here. But really, the crucial mistake for Buc here was walling back onto his iron and leaving this entire huge walkway for your slingers to just waltz right into his base. If he, again, had just chosen to wall down towards the cliff, you would have either had to walk all the way around to get into his base, and that's probably just not worth it. So I think, you know, base building for Europe, when you're defending against Asian pushes and Asian aggression and aggression in general, base building really here, it's crucial. It can make or break games. So in this case, I think he did a poor job in building his base, and that really allowed you to put that pressure on and get the villager kills that you needed.
Now you're going to see how much this outranges my Springalds.
Yep, here's Springald. So rocket cannons do outrange, but their accuracy is, you know, they're slower firing and the accuracy isn't quite there. So opting for Springalds instead, they do good building damage on anything but the towers. Obviously, they will do some good damage to the towers, but the towers will... Wow, look at how beefy those are. Stand corrected. Just eating those shots, showing the true strength of how strong Western European towers are. But it is slowly coming down here, and it looks like the tower has not been focusing the Springald. I think it's going to get one more down, but really just driving Naval and Coffin. Calls the GG. Well played, XKaLiBaR. Krolon asking if we can cover one of his games next.
All right.
Krolon, that's going to be a no. No, I'm kidding. Sure, whatever. Krolon's game. Who's he playing against?
Well played, XKaLiBaR. I think that was nice.
One win for me so far. A little bit scary at the beginning, not knowing where he was, but luckily he didn't do any dirty tricks.
Who is Krolon playing against?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Krolon. So we've had Krolon versus Timon. We've had Krolon versus Stanley Rose. Do I have another one of yours? Unless you've sent it to me, I haven't put it up there yet. Let's have a look on Discord.
We could do that. Marmelaaada versus Gogeta. Who is that third guy casting
Krolon
Marmelaaada? We've got
versus
three.
Nestop.
We've got three casters today: XKaLiBaR, our sponsor Habeebee, and myself. Versus Nestop. Yep. We can do that game, and then maybe Marmelaaada versus Gogeta. Get another Marmelaaada game in.
Maybe a cyber game.
Maybe a cyber game if he'll send us.
Oh, I've got it.
his
I've got it.
replay.
Don't worry. I've got it.
Oh, you've got it. Oh,
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
got it. Oh. Maybe Cyber's not that shy after all.
Maybe not.
I think it would be good to get a game out of Cyber. Time to do your game? I think so. I think we're gonna do. I think you're next in queue, Cyber. But for now, we are going to be watching Krolon versus Nestop.
Is something going on with the chat? During the waiting screen, it just says chat disconnected.
Yeah, we're seeing some sort of connectivity issue with the
my
overlay.
OBS kind of bugged out just before we started.
Hmm. Oh, is Marmelaaada wondering who I am?
Ask my gamer, I'm going to sleep, says Marmelaaada. We're gonna get to your game, but we might be doing Cyber's or yours next. We'll see.
If he's going to sleep, then we'll do Marmelaaada next.
Yeah, we'll do Marmelaaada. We'll do your game next after this one,
Okay.
and then I think Cyber after that. Winbert says goodnight, Marm. I think we'll do. I think we can put Marmelaada's next in queue, and then Cyber after that.
Marm doesn't know me by voice. It's Habeebee Marmelaaada. You know me.
All right, here we go. We're starting. So be quiet. All right, here we go. In the red, we have Nestop. In the bottom, and his opponent in the top. In the yellow is Krolon 4, finding that all-important fish straight away, which is nice. Very nice. We see over here, no, not quite. He ended up getting it for his berries and trees instead. We do have a mammoth as well up front. Again, not much trees. Little patches here and there. And have to travel out. This would be a nice little area. Iron wires. The iron is safe at home, but you won't be able to do a full-on wall unless you wall off all of this area with huts. So there's a bit of a risk there for both players. Not too much of a distance. Quite close, medium size, I'd say. So we should see a bit of action. And then there's just a huge amount of eco on the top. One of those maps. Fishing wise, beautiful pond.
Yeah, it's a nice big pond. Plenty of shoreline too to build. Spread your fishing docks out to increase. You don't want to put all your fishing, all of your docks right in one spot, because once they clear out, all the fish in that area, it's just going to be a long travel time altogether. So if you spread them out a little bit more, you'll get shorter travel times for longer of your duration as you fish. And this map, it's interesting. Again, it looks like, again, a resource-rich map, but the players are kind of somewhat blocked off by it. You've got this ugly, pocket, which might be easy to defend, but it's kind of resource dry. So if you want to go and take advantage of all those tree lines, you're really going to have to get out on the map. And we see forward villagers coming from Krolon. We've seen this aggressive play from him before, so not surprised here. We'll see what he ends up doing. And I don't think those guys have the first shoes upgrade, so they're going to be taking a little bit more damage. Oh, they do?
They do.
Well, still taking a lot of damage from those boars. So it's going to hurt a little bit.
Well, they still survived. This one might die.
So many boars. Oh, it's going to be close.
No, that's definitely
Oh,
dying.
Third board, that one villager goes down. Maybe a second one. A second one goes down. Oh, that's going to hurt. But going straight to his base. Wow, and he's going for the ball. Oh, this is excellent. So he realized that, oh, I have this fishing on my side, so I know that he's going to be using this fish for extra food. And he hasn't actually used it himself, but going for that. However, early warriors and villagers thrown forward is going to prevent any real productivity, and it looks like these villagers are going to just be killed off, running deeper and deeper into Nestop's base.
I think so far this is not looking good for Krolon, this attack. Because the warriors are doing decent job here, chasing them down. Yeah, he's not able to get that bulwark up at all, not even a single one. Nicely done. Oh, he even cornered that one with some workers.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Krolon was thinking here. I think, you know, the problem is so he lost 2 villagers, which definitely hurt his case. But when you go and throw your villagers that early, you have to realize that villagers, number one, he had warriors, which was actually really well prepared. But number 2 is that villagers are actually really good at fighting other villagers and taking down bulwarks. So he had no problem killing that 1 or 2 bulwarks that he was able to get up.
I think the big problem was not thinking, oh, they're fishing here. So as soon as he starts building bulwarks on them, well, there's already people there because they're fishing.
Marmelaaada pointing out we don't have the username tag overlay on for the current players.
There. Alright, so he's now switched to slingers, as of course, because he did go bulwarks. He got the upgrade for that, and go in Europe for Krolon. And over here, Nestop is going for Asia.
We look at the villager discrepancy here because some idle villagers right there, but I wonder how devastating that was. So we've got almost 34 villagers for Nestop and 40 for Krolon. So despite losing all those villagers, still coming out on top in terms of the villager economy.
It really messes you up, those kind of attacks. Even if it's not successful, it could mess up your gameplay a little bit.
Oh, these slingers need to retreat right now. They're going to get overwhelmed by the warriors, and the wall's not finished. The warriors just choose to ignore. That's the right decision here. I don't think they should be fighting these slingers. They should just go for villager kills.
Yes.
And
he had an opportunity there to get us around on those slingers that were there, and then it looked like he was running in, and then he turned around, and it was just too many slingers, and he's just gone down. And now we see the barracks going up, naval going up.
And I think it would have been good if he had run in, because you use that mobility. The slingers would honestly fall a little bit behind, which would buy you a few precious moments just to at least idle those villagers, force them to run away, or get a couple of picks. And you know, because he went Europe, each villager pick is going to be that much more valuable to you than as if you went Asia. So I think a little bit of a wasted opportunity there.
There's a problem here for Nestop. Ah, there we go. I was looking for the farm. He went for this iron before he even got his farm. That's
yeah.
He had the food.
He does have, but he also upgraded those villagers, so they're going to be not nearly as effective. And he's actually going to be pressed for food right now because no fishing ship. His forward farm was only coming from that. Okay, getting back on it now, but I think maybe a bit of a miss micro here. He's kind of over getting that iron, and doesn't have enough food yet to really support production. And speaking of production, he only has his 4 fighting pits, which will do him good for now, but all of this iron he can't use until he gets to the Iron Age. So I'm not entirely sure what the thought process is behind that.
He's realized his switch to the fish. Oh, there's still slingers in his base. Idle slingers over there, not great. He needs to do something with them. Either send them over to the other side or come back home or something. Stop. Don't leave them idle.
Yeah, those are idle. That's super important. He could be cleaning up these slingers right now. Instead, the slingers are just getting better picks by picking off the 1 or 2 slingers that are there at a time. This is could be a much better trade right now. An optic for a second poultry yard on the exposed side. So this is interesting. You know, you've got this relatively defended base, and instead, the vast majority of his economy is completely exposed. So, I mean, he's got plenty of slingers to defend for the time being, but definitely an interesting choice.
These slingers, they lasted a lot longer than they needed to in this attack.
And Krolon, and this is the problem here, you know, over gathering on that iron is and not getting enough food and wood early on is he's slow to go into Iron Age. He just is now upgrading his fighting pit, so he's probably on his way to the Iron Age now. But look at this, Krolon is already halfway, and you do not want to be behind in tech with Europe. Ideally, you want to be ahead.
And he's pushing forward
Krolon
with the towers.
Yep, nice job. These cheaper towers is just that much more efficient to push forward and get out on the map, and this is going to serve him well because, like I said, your own pocket is going to be a little bit dry for resources, so you really do have to get out on the map, and we're seeing these villagers trying to go out forward now, but they're going to be running straight into pressure being presented by Krolon.
Ooh, some forward barracks going down as well. Oh.
He needs to be careful. This, I think, is a moment if Nestop can really push this and get rid of these slingers, he might be able to stop this forward.
Has he got some shooting ranges? No, he hasn't.
Yeah, no shooting range. The problem, he has no production to follow up behind this. He only has his original fighting pits that are now barracks, which are not going to queue up that many spears, and spears are going to die really easily to these towers. So good job for Krolon to realize that the pressure's on and choosing, instead of building more barracks, he's going to build a couple of towers here to stop this, and that's going to secure it forward.
Yeah, that was definitely a good choice. I mean, he's got the bigger army, but he can't do anything. And look, you already see he's got so much time. He's gone for the vision upgrade.
And behind this, we see Krolon is going to Medieval Age. Do we see the same out of Nestop?
Oh, he's taking a do or
Okay,
die.
that's a good detour. But I think Krolon is walled up at his base, so they're probably just going to hit nothing.
Oh, everything's going to get damaged here. There's no tower by the trees here. Only one tower for the trees and the poultry yards. So it's going to do a lot of damage. Yeah. And what do we see over here? Oh, he hasn't even gone to the base. He's actually trying to hit it from behind, which is not a great decision. Oh,
yeah, and it looks like Nestop's army is just getting caught under the towers. And instead of like trying to go and find some economy picks,
what is going on here?
It's just falling apart at the seams, and they're now finally trying to go forward and maybe get some villager picks here, but they were already whittled down so much by those towers. I don't think he's going to really get too many picks here.
No walls, no nothing. Nothing's stopping them from getting into his base. He hasn't even decided to try that.
Yeah, managed to close the gate in time, so that's really good on his part. Otherwise, it would have forced more defensive towers, but
and he's only got slingers.
Archers are going to clean this up, and the slingers are nearly dead at this point. Do we know if Nestop is on his way to the Medieval Age? That might help him here, but no, he's not. And
still trying to deal with these archers in his base.
And Krolon is halfway. You know, he built this wall and just didn't complete it, both on both sides. So it's just allowing Krolon to walk in anytime he pleases.
These slingers have done a full circle around the map.
Yeah, this is just not looking good. And once Krolon hits the Medieval Age, that forward base is going to really come into play and being able to put the pressure on quick.
I think when he was here, the better choice would have been to come down the south way up here and just, with the spearmen, killed at least a couple of these houses or even the forge, and he would have been able to do quite a bit of eco damage and got back into the game.
Yep.
As well as building some shooting ranges behind it to defend off and push that about to come.
We're likely going to see Nestop really struggle to keep his wood economy up because his only good source of wood is right next to this forward base. And those archers, if Krolon is smart here, well, he's playing really smart, but he could build a couple of towers on that northern line and completely deny that wood from him. And we see the tower creep beginning to come here right away and upgrading them to those powerful Western European towers, which is going to further solidify this position.
Witcher says Nestop hasn't been playing for some time and he just came back 2 days ago to play the tournament, so he's a little bit behind on what the meta is.
Well, he's getting a warm welcome from Krolon.
Yes. Oh, and even with West Europe as well, the Onagers are going to be coming out. He's going to be in for a shock now once it starts raining rocks.
looking worse and worse. And JFL, yep, if he's having fun, if Nestop's having fun, then that's all that matters. And that's certainly the case for me. You know, I'm having a good time playing my games with no expectation of really getting out of the group stages. If it does happen, it happens. If not, I got some good fun competitive games in, and we're having even more fun casting all these games from you guys. So, but right now, looks like Krolon is yet again in another very dominant position for the game.
We have a bit of chilling out here
Yep,
by the
here comes the
players.
archers.
And here we go.
Again, just no ability to keep that wood line protected. It's just so difficult for him. Meanwhile, Krolon is just able to enjoy full uninterrupted. He's already expanding to a second tree line out in the middle of the map, and has no issues there.
I think Krolon's just taking his time here. Doesn't want any surprises, but I think he should know he's quite a lot in the lead. He should be able to push out, but I think he's going to wait for the onagers and do it the more sensible way.
All right, a big wave of spearmen coming forward with some slingers, trying to go for that onager, and I think they're going to be able to get it, but at the expense of his entire army. And again, these units are just not as cheap as these archers are, so it's not looking good.
And again, he comes in. Oh.
Yeah,
Again,
still
no
not
wall.
completing that wall. Not completing it. He is trying to now, but I think it's a little too late, and he's already experienced so much damage from it. You know, at this point, the damage has been done, so, you know, he can blow up now, but I think he's just sealing his own coffin at this point.
I think he was beginning to build a wall, and then he got to medieval, and it cancelled out.
Yeah.
The same happened here. Alright. Slowly chipping away with the onagers. Once the towers are done, I think he's going to be doing a full-on push to end the game. Let's fast forward this a
Yeah, I
little
think
bit.
exactly. I think Krolon's just taking his time. He knows he's got full map control, and he's starving Nestop slowly but surely. Nestop's really clearing up his last somewhat secured wood line. Once this wood line goes down, he's gonna have no wood, and he tries to run in, but there's a huge mass of archers, and they make short work of all of those spears.
GG.
Not
Yeah,
even
GG.
that a
GG
word,
as well.
yeah.
Okay.
Another well played from Krolon.
Here
And
we
that, I think, what is 3 wins that we've seen from him now, so he should be in a good spot for the group stage.
Alright, where's Marmelaaada? Where's Marmelaaada? We got Marmelaaada versus Gogeta or Flatwater. Which one do you want?
Oh, I want to see Gogeta versus Marmelaaada.
Yeah, it was really interesting seeing Gogeta's Samurai and Ashigaru strategy. He had some nice pushes there. So we'll have to see what he does, but that was a nice change of pace.
Yeah, it was a very nice change. Like, you normally just don't see, you know, something like that. I mean, it was an unsuccessful strategy, but still, it was nice to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see how he plays against, you know, the man that beat you then.
Oh, Krolon is 2-1. I guess we did. I guess he lost one of his games yesterday. Oh yeah, he lost to Timon. Cyber, we're gonna get to your game next.
What was he? Good. Right, let's go do the names. Probably won't show up again. And I'll redo that again. Right, so here we go. Next game, let's start it now. All right, here we go. In the... Let's just sort that angle out. In the red in the bottom, we have Marmelaaada, and he will be up against Gogeta. Gogeta. All right. In the yellow, in the top. Let me sort out the name. Oh, the name's working, but it's a bit off. Hang on. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't understand. Alright, let's have a quick look at this map. One fish, safe iron, plenty of trees. Finally, let's change that up now, and we see Gogeta finding that fish, making sure
Is it Gogeta?
You should be able to get a flare house on it.
You've confused us. It's your fault. We would just call him Gogeta. Okay.
Is that an O at the end? Or is it supposed to be an A?
Wait.
I think it's supposed to be an O at the end.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Or an A at the end, yeah.
Yeah, XKaLiBaR is having a tough time with these names today.
Okay. Right. As I said,
Alright.
plenty of fish, safe iron, plenty of wood, and they both should be very comfortable on this map. Definitely know Marmelaaada will be comfortable with this position.
Yes, there's a lot of opportunities for good walling off your base. And this lake in the middle is going to be interesting. I don't know if anyone's going to actually utilize it, but what it is doing is kind of preventing a direct line to your opponent. And there is a potential nice walling opportunity off in the southwest side of it, because there's a nice tree line in the middle, so you might be able to wall it off. We'll have to see if they do decide to wall it off. If that bottom side gets walled out, it's going to force activity to go in the north. And at that point, unless you have a nice strong proxy forward base, we're probably going to see a long one here.
Very long, very long. Okay, so we got the stonecutter up first from Gogeta. And is he looking to get any of his upgrades quickly? He has got the wood upgrades, so that is nice. At 29 supply.
I think he's on those. Yeah, I think he's on those fish up top, which is giving him that extra food boost right now, as you can see. Barely on the berries right now, and why does he need to be when he's got plenty of fish in the back that he's taking full advantage of? And
but
interesting movement here by all those villagers.
Marmelaaada is 3 workers ahead.
I think, did he get first shoes? I think that might be partly why.
He must have done, maybe. Yeah, I think you're right. No, he's about to get them, so he's...
No, he hasn't, so he must have been pop blocked or something.
Yeah, I think when he migrated the workers over here, he probably lost a bit of food time there. You've got to micro that food a little bit if you're going to be sending a lot of workers for that extra fish.
Yeah.
I see people do that a lot.
A lot of blueprints at his own base for bulwarks. It almost seems kind of like an overkill here. I'm not entirely sure if he's just expecting it. Oh, that's a very interesting. There's actually a gap on that mountain that the scout used. So that left side is actually open. You're able to walk up that and then down the hill. So interesting there. Hey, Tornado Zone, welcome to stream.
What is he going for? Is he going for food?
Yeah. And here, oh, he's choosing to stop right on the boars. This just... and he's out of wood. This is not looking good. Looking a lot like that forward rush by Krolon that didn't seem to work out so well.
Oh, he got his temple up first before the pits. That was a mistake.
Yeah, it just looks like he's trying to do too much at once. He's trying to build bulwarks at home. He's trying to build a fort. He's trying to build a temple. He's really just, I think, kind of diverting his efforts too much and losing a lot of villagers in the process.
Okay, finally dealt with that. He did lose, I think, about 4 villages, I think. Quite a lot, really. He shouldn't have built that temple. He would have been able to get these pits up a little bit quicker, but he's stabilized. He's got the wood now. Let's have a look at his work account. He's on about 46, and Marmelaaada he's got his population upgrade already, and he's got 50 workers. He just needs to get those slingers out as quickly as he can to defend this off. I'm sure there's going to be macemen coming out of these at some point as well. He hasn't got the upgrade just yet. He hasn't got the upgrade for the slinger either. Let's see what upgrade he's got.
And I guess I'm still confused here because there's just so many bulwarks going up. Maybe he's doing it, you know, it's nice, but it just seems like a lot of wasted resources, and I'm not entirely sure if that's going to really do him good. And even like the defensive bulwarks on his base.
I think it's just
coming in. I mean,
he's expecting
to
strike.
Yeah, and I just don't know if it's worth it at this point.
And he's gone warriors. He's gone warriors.
And as
Not
we
the
can
right
see,
move.
Gogeta just has no food or no wood, no population. Population upgrade just coming in now, but he's going to keep bottoming out in food. He's trying to gather food with his upgraded villagers at the fort right now while he waits for, I guess, more troops to come in, but I'm just not entirely sure. He's getting iron early. I just feel like right now his, unlike, his game against me where he's a little bit more focused, still a little bit of miss macro management, but here I think he's just trying to do too many things at once. Marmelaaada should have no problem defending this warrior attack.
Oh, he's used to defending against warriors. This should be a walk in the park for him. If he manages to see that they're gone off to the north, but he might actually get. There's a gap. There should be a gap here.
There's
Yeah.
a gap.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's going to help a lot. It's going to make these warriors earn a little bit of value. Let's see if he can actually get any picks.
He's been in this situation before. I think.
Okay, I think he is getting some villager kills. Not many, but
Not many.
I think he's picking up a few.
But you know what? I mean, how much did all those warriors cost? That's a lot of food.
That's
Even
a
if you
lot of
lose,
food.
I don't know, 10 workers, it's still not worth it, is it? Especially when you're in the lead
Yeah.
so much like this. Looking like he's going
Again,
iron
I
age.
just don't. I think on this map, and he's just trying to do too many things at once. Is where we saw Timon was able to, he delayed his temple, right? And that allowed him to get that forward base and bulwark rush that much more effective. Rather building bulwarks to defend his forward, which he's now losing to, he was able to use it to put immediate pressure on, like even just putting on the houses, preventing those towers from going up. I just am not entirely sure what the idea was with all of this.
This was something that would have worked about 4 months ago. Now it's not as strong, and we got some European spearmen in here now to deal with those bulwarks as well, and the pits, and they'll be taken down quite quickly. Look how quickly they're going down.
And this is a good job by Marm's part, realizing that a couple of spears here are really going to help him clean up this forward. They have just, even though the archers have good building damage, the spears have a little bit better armor, so they're going to be a little bit more tanky to both the warriors and the bulwarks.
I love this position for the forge, for the stone cutter on the hill, nice and safe.
I'm not going to lose that anytime soon. And look, and see, once again, as someone pointed out in the chat, probably about 1,000 food worth of warriors lost in like 5 seconds, and all this wood, and continuing to... He built these warehouses are going to go down, he's building towers, and this is... The difference here is, Gogeta, when he was pushing back on me, I chose to go back to a spot where I was safe and not continue to build, because all of this is just going to be wasted wood and food.
This is better off in his base. Because
much better off in his
tower
base.
that doesn't shoot, it's not a great tower.
Again, just losing more. The warehouses are costing him wood. He lost the villagers, so he's running back.
Here.
And again, he's still too far forward. Again, here it's just like he's investing so much wood, and all this wood is just going to go away.
Oh,
Marmelaaada's just going to eat this
It's
up.
all wasted. It's all wasted.
It's all wasted. And he's continuing to build. Again, big mistake from Gogeta here is by continuing to invest in these forwards, and he's trying to defend it, but really he's just like... And you know what? Marmelaaada doesn't even care anymore. He's like, I've done enough damage. I'm just going to go for the kill.
the tiger will do the job. We've had quite a few tiger kills this game. But tonight, where's that tiger that was here? Still on the 1 kill. I'm watching. I've got my eye on that tiger.
It's got to be the end right here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he could take out the temple. And that's what he's going to do. GG. Well played.
He's called. Yeah, well played by Marmelaaada, and I think Gogeta just trying to do too many different things. I mean, he didn't pick a strategy, and at one point he was trying to build a forward, build bulwarks at home, and build his temple, and zeroed out his wood, and really kind of threw him off his game.
I mean,
Well played, Marmelaaada.
the strategy, the start was good, doing the proxy pit. I mean, it's a good idea. It works. It's very hard to stop, but it just built the wrong units out of it. That's all it was.
I will say, you guys enjoy this next game. I believe this is Cyber, right? But I need to go do my laundry.
Yeah, go dry that shit.
I don't want to keep you guys waiting for me. So you guys enjoy this one.
All right, see you in a bit.
Have you, Wacho? Have you have to deal with proxy pits since you've been back?
I have, and let me tell you, they put on a lot of pressure. It's not fun when you have a big proxy base that you can't kill in your face. You definitely, I think one of the things that we, can't appreciate as much is when you don't have all that vision on the map and you see a whole bunch of your enemy's color controlling map control, and you see all these military buildings right in your face. It puts a lot of pressure on, which is kind of, might force you to make some more mistakes, whether it's from a micro perspective or a macro perspective. It kind of pushes you to maybe overreact to things. So, there's also a psychological aspect to these forward bases that, players don't, that we can't really appreciate as much from watching as opposed to being in their shoes in a live game where you don't have total vision over the whole map, right? You don't know what's going on back at their base when they have map control. You don't know what's happening at that forward. You just know that there's a real threat very close to your base, and it's something that's certainly very scary.
Okay. Right, next game, loading up now. Oh, straight away I see some fish. I see some fish. So over in the top we have Voxi, and at the bottom in the red we have Cyberbully. And let's quickly pause that to make sure the names are working. Let's reposition.
Names do appear to be working.
They are. They got small names, so
You can
there. All sorted. There we go. Right, as I said, they're blessed with some fish. They're blessed with a tree line and iron. Not too bad, and even more trees and some cows over here up on the hill and the stone. This is a very, very, very friendly map indeed. It'll start as iron over there and iron over here. Nice position for a naval as well. Can get one there. Nice, huge pond. But again, they're going to be sharing this lake, and there could be some naval action a bit later on. Some more fish over here next to that boar. Oh, you don't want to get that one.
Yeah, I think with that boar, I like actually seeing one boar. You just send 5 villagers over, kill it off, micro a little bit, and then it's just extra food for you.
Did he see this shoreline but not see this fish, and then thought, oh, there's no fish here, and hasn't put a warehouse there, or he can't fit the warehouse? What was your thinking, Cyber? Oh, I'm not too sure about this long distance mining here.
Yeah. The other thing note about the other shoreline, going for that one first, is it's a bit shorter walking distance, because with this it's obviously in shallow water, so you can't build a warehouse on it, which is going to increase your walking time a little bit there.
Yeah, even if you could put the warehouse there, you still gotta walk. That's where them shoes come in handy, getting them early.
Yeah, I agree, and it looks like... Did
Voxi
Voxi get first shoes? It looks like he might have gotten first shoes, which will help negate the walking time. No, he hasn't. So, yeah, not the most ideal warehouse placement for his woodline right there. Whereas we can see that Cyber's taking full advantage, building multiple workshops, minimizing that walking time. It's really going to help boost his economy in the short term.
Oh, he's one of them
looks
guys.
like he's a fellow house and placements. You just got to be careful you don't actually go and build that. But using the house to mark off the boar.
Nice. He's going to need to get rid of these trees so he can make a bit more space inside his base.
Yep. Nice base building from Cyber. Nice and tight. Multi-layer wall.
Fight it.
Should be good to go. Stone cutter wall on this side. And yeah, letting that boar kind of bully him a little bit.
Ooh, I'm gonna trigger that boar possibly. Let's have a look. Yeah, nice.
Oh, is he not paying attention? Oh, Voxi. How many villagers is he gonna... Okay, he realized it. He runs away. Might be a little bit of nerves coming from Voxi, knowing he's coming up against one of the bigger names in the easy 1v1 tournament scene. That is Cyber.
Okay, nice. We got Europe over here for Cyber, and Europe as well for Voxi. So it's a Europe versus Europe.
Interesting going for the early farm when he actually might do well to... He's still got plenty of fish. Instead of getting the farm, upgrading his stone villagers and sending Bronze Age European villagers to gather that fish, still letting that that boar in the north completely dominate those fish. I think he would do well to clear those out. And instead of going on to the farm right away, he would be better to focus on finishing up his fish, just to save him a little bit of extra wood and speed up the process of upgrading his houses and getting extra barracks up.
Ooh, that's a very close temple to the water. Very close. I mean, they don't know that. They might think there's land across here and that's not connected. So that probably
again, that's where good scouting would come into play here, and you know, you'd be able to see that. So we'll have to see if that comes into play here. And they are both Europe, so bombardier ships, catapult ships, both very real threats to buildings.
Okay, playing it safe from Cyber, building that wall. Wants to protect his...
And yep, as you can see here, bottoming out on wood because he's trying to build the wall, trying to upgrade his houses. And again, I think he would do a little bit better on the wood front if he had just not started the farm so early and instead utilized that powerful...
He's just spent everything, that's the thing. He's ahead. Only just now Voxi's upgraded his houses. So,
I think that might be more just from nerves from Voxi. You know, losing a couple of villagers to the boar and long walking distance on the wood villagers early on kind of got him a little bit behind.
All right, we're not fighting each other. We're just going to go for each other's base, so hopefully they'll be able to produce some units at home to defend. Doesn't look like there's anything coming out for Cyber just yet. Ah, here we go. Now it's clicked it. They're coming out. Trying to get them towers up. Why? This is just a waste. It's gonna...
Yeah.
There the guy gets his
okay, deletes them, gets his resources back, which is good.
Nice defense here. There is a gap.
Getting a couple of villager picks though.
Okay.
And also losing a couple of villagers trying to build that tower. He's trying to micro and do the dance, but I think he should just be running the villagers back at this point. That's not a lot of on Cyber's front. Not a lot of slingers at his base, so you could have avoided those. That
was a nice quick reaction there from Voxi putting that wall down. I do like this. You got to go all the way around to get inside the base. This is a nice setup here.
Yep. Both players doing a pretty good job for the most part in defending their bases.
Very easy. I would put another warehouse here. If you've got a big tree line like this, just get as many warehouses as you can fit. Spread the workers and you will see your wood go up like crazy. Alright, so now we're looking like we're going to... Not yet, gonna get the vision, and then Cyber will be heading over to Iron Age. Okay, nice.
Going for some horsemen.
This is nice, protecting his next iron, thinking ahead. I like it. We've got 2 forges. Nice.
Again, here we just overall just better eco management coming out from Cyber. We see the really efficient use of the warehouses here, and that's just going to help him perpetuate his wood economy. I mean, you see he's got 2,000 wood in the bank. And Voxi also actually has 2,000 wood in the bank, but definitely struggling on the food front, whereas Cyber also had, I think, 2,000 to 3,000 food in his bank. So better eco management coming out, although a big army of slingers and archers coming forward, so we'll see how Cyber reacts to that. Although Voxi looks like he's getting scared, and I guess maybe thinks that there's more coming behind it. So this smaller group of archers.
He's
he's got archers in his base. So he had to retreat.
How'd they get in?
There must be a gap somewhere.
But Cyber is on 61 workers and Voxi's on 52. The eco is going to be really good for Cyber. So he's dealt with that.
Yep.
Did he lose anything? He's got 61 there. He's not going to get much done. It's too much. Yep, he did lose some, so he's down to 48 workers for Voxi. I keep saying Foxy. Voxi.
Yeah. Voxi. Horsemen coming in, trying to start wearing down on a house, but they should be cleaned up here, no problem. A villager comes in to repair. Good reaction from Voxi, keeping that alive, and these archers will clean that up. And he's got a nice mass going, but the problem is Cyber keeps sending out these little trickles of units out, and while they're not accomplishing much, what they are accomplishing is keeping this big army in Voxi's base. Voxi would do well, I think, to just build a couple of towers, which he's starting to get up now, and ignore these little trickles of 2 and 3 archers here, and instead go and put some pressure on and return the favor. all of this army mass that I mean, I wish we could see army count here, but he's got a much bigger army than XKaLiBaR at this time.
Yeah. Okay, so he's heading over to, let's see which way he's going. He's going east, Europe for Voxi, and XKaLiBaR is at Medieval right about now, and he's gone East Europe as well, and he's got a ton of walls. This is really playing it safe.
Yep, beautiful base building from XKaLiBaR. Doing a good job in expanding his base and moving out and getting to his next resources, while not compromising the integrity of his base.
Plenty of wood to upgrade these houses now and build some more, and maybe possibly build some forward barracks to add more pressure. He's got the
we see the army. Yeah, gonna catch these horsemen out.
Wow, already migrating his workers from the wood line. He saw the archers were back here at the back of his wood line, and he's already sent them. Oh, actually, I don't know where he's sending them.
And this is where the base building of
here.
XKaLiBaR is going to pay off.
Nice.
Oh, nice little grab there. Managing to find an eligible warehouse spot in all of those hills. And this is where XKaLiBaR is. I was saying he needed to get, make use of his army and come attack, but where is he going to attack? XKaLiBaR's done a beautiful job in defending his base.
He will beat these archers, but he still needs to deal with these horses that are coming into his base. Might try and get a house kill, but doesn't look like it. Should be able to deal with that, no problem.
XKaLiBAR's starting to add some fishing ships to his economy, which would help solve the food problem that he's currently facing. Continually zeroing out on food, but he's building docks on both sides and adding fishing ships, so that we'll probably see a nice boon to his food levels momentarily here. How is Voxi's economy doing?
About average on everything.
A lot of resources. Yeah, he's got a lot of resources stocked in the banks. He should be doing this to upgrade villagers, upgrade houses. Only 48 villagers though, and no fishing ships. So I think XKaLiBaR, yeah, he's like 15 villagers ahead here. No, sorry, 26 villagers ahead here. That's going to really pay off here. And we see he's able to upgrade and have more houses. He's already at 120 pop cap, and quickly getting that to 150 as we speak.
No, the door's shut there, I'm afraid. No. This is a terrible thing to happen when you send workers. I think you did the same thing against Marmelaaada. When you send them round to a place, you think you're going to be able to do damage, and you don't, and they're completely wasted out in the middle of
and they're
nowhere.
out of position.
Yeah. Might get a few kills here. But Voxi sees it.
Marco pointing out how XKaLiBaR in the last 2 seasons has become a really good competitive player. Yep, I think he's done a really good job at improving his game and just plays really nicely here. And squads coming in at the top here, but they are going to be met by a lot of archers, so we'll have to see if they get picked down. I think maybe sending him in a little bit prematurely here without any archers of his own to back him up.
Oh, nice. XKaLiBaR done the same thing here, getting quite a few kills here. I'm going to be dreading to look at how many workers he has now. 50, and that's with him producing non-stop for the last 24 minutes. He's got some militiamen in as well.
Hey guys, I'm back. 3rd time's a charm, right?
Yes. All nice and dry.
Nope. Had to throw it in a 3rd time. Actually split it all up into 2 different dryers this time.
That's probably a good decision. Do we have the upgrades coming in from Voxi?
Upgrades.
Okay, he does have the archer damage upgrade, which is going to be really important for this archer spam war that we're seeing, so that's good. But now we're starting to see the tower creep come out of XKaLiBaR, and squads getting chased back. He's trying to add squads in the mix here, and I like it. I like the implementation of squads, but I think right now, when you're doing these open fights, with all the archer spam, they're not really going to do much except maybe soak up a couple of extra shots. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, XKaLiBaR? Do you think they're good, nice tanks that'll distract from, keep the archer fire off of your own archers, or would it be better off just adding more archers until he gets closer to Voxi's base?
I mean, he's maxed out It helps a little bit, but not in this position. I think he needs to move his archers a bit more forward. I don't like this. If he moves them forward, he'd be able to completely have wiped them out before they run off. But some of them now have run off.
Yeah, beautiful tower placement, picking up 7 or 8 kills already.
Wow, good
really
spot.
Him,
that was a good guess.
Yeah, picking up picking up those archers and forcing their retreat there. And yeah, it's just, you know, again, map control is starting to go in favor of Cyber. He's continually adding towers, and he's on his way to the late medieval age. This is looking really good for him.
Where's he going? Oh, he
Okay,
tried to come back again.
To...
All those archers still hanging out there all that time.
Yeah, just doing nothing.
Oh, he's trying to tower push.
Yeah, push tower on the right side, which is, I think, a good call. You know, try to alleviate some of the pressure in the center, but ultimately getting caught out here and just doesn't have the archers to support them. So
and he managed to beat this army over here. Nice splitting over here. Not too bad. He's trying to get this tower down. I don't think that's gonna do it. Yeah, he's realised.
They just lose them.
Gonna go and try and get some worker kills on the back of this tree line. And he's pushing.
Is there a hole?
No, but you can shoot over the tree. And it's something you don't always notice. As we saw with Stanley Rose, he's played a beautiful game and he lost the game because of that.
And he's trying to take down the forward barracks there, but I mean, to what end though? It's just, you know, Cyber is a whole age advantage up, so, you know, I don't think he's going to really be hurting too much if he loses these barracks. Voxi is also almost on the LMA, so that's good as well that he's keeping up in tech. So we'll have to see how the game progresses. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing maybe some cannons added into the mix.
Oh, if he could take these houses down, that's going to be really good. But there is quite a lot of towers in here, so it's not going to get too much done either way there. He needs to focus on what is going on in the front here. He can't let Cyber get comfortable. Once Cyber gets comfortable, Voxi's going to be in trouble. Oh, look at the supply. That's not a great look at the moment. Has he not got enough? He's not building anything. Oh, a little bit careless there on the macro. Oh, it's going lower and lower.
If he's just forgot to queue up more troops, he's not pressed for resources. And wow, look at the Cyber's food and wood. He had over 10,000 food in the bank. Absolutely nuts.
We were looking
Almost
at the
10,000
workers,
wood.
but we forgot about how many fish he had.
Yeah, and he's going straight to IR now. What's he going as? I wouldn't be surprised if it was not Russia.
No, he wants to win.
Yep.
He's not taking any risks.
Yep. Classic Russia choice. No surprise there.
I want to see the Polish players going Poland. Come on. I want to see the German players going Germany. Come on, Cyber. You're letting your country down. I'm obviously a big fan of Bruce Lee, so I will just go China. I'm afraid, Wacho, there's no America. Just yet.
And looks like there might not be for some time, but, you know, we can hope.
Oh, we've got some squads in there now. Nice, nice. See, now they're helping out a bit, but, you know, this is what I mean. They're too far ahead. He needs to push the archers in with it as well. Start a step in. Ooh, what do we have here? Some cuirassiers.
Looking to see. Let's see if Voxi walled up. Okay, taking out the warehouse. A nice little.
No,
right
there's gotta be a hole. Those.
Yeah, you saw that as well. I thought I was seeing things. It went through those.
Yeah, it went right through the middle.
Yeah, for infantry, but not for horses though. Might be able to get. I can't remember if the cuirassiers were the ones that were able to do damage to the buildings. I think they are. 22 damages.
Yep.
No joke.
And no building damage nerf. So just 3 of them. I think even 2. Yeah, 3 of them now, and GG's called.
Yep. I mean, he was holding there. Voxi was holding, but he just forgot to build units, and he went all the way down to about 55 supply, which was no army and just workers, and he just didn't have enough workers either. Yeah, 47
Strange.
workers.
The GG has been called, but he hasn't given up.
No. Yeah, You're right. Well, sometimes it's like, oh, hang on, your army's dead. Maybe I'm alright. Maybe I'm. But let's have a look at supply. It's 124.
Oh, he's gonna lose that warehouse. I mean that barrack.
I'm still losing workers there. Oh, it's gone down. Yeah. Oh, did he kill it with his own catapult? Oh no, there was a squad in there.
Here it goes. This has got to be it, right?
Yeah.
Cuirassiers are in.
Cuirassiers are in. Chop, chop, chop on the villagers. Oh, shooting his own villagers with the catapults as well. Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Down to 30.
You've called the GG. Just give up now.
It is too late. Just give up. No.
Wow, he's still going.
He killed the machine gun tower. Yeah. Gotta see what you can do. But we've only 3 barracks.
I think Voxi sent a couple of ships down in the south to the right, and he's got bombardier ships.
Oh,
so
he's going for the cheesy GG, pretending it's over. Is he gonna go for it? He's gonna go for it. No, you gotta go for it. Oh, there's cannons here. He knows Cyber knows the shenanigans. He's not gonna fall for that old trick. Oh, there's more. There's more.
Yeah, but they're going to be hard countered, and he's got a balloon up, so he has the vision.
I was trying to kill the
cannons
balloon.
Yeah, that was a good
repair.
call, but
Good repair.
yeah.
Oh.
He's not letting that go down. He knows how that ends.
Yeah.
He's doing it, but yeah,
He's
his
just
whole base
holding.
is gone.
He's just going for it at this point.
Why not? If you could. Could be the most unique win. The cannons are down.
Yeah, the cannons are down. He's trying to build
Oh,
a machine gun tower, but the base went down.
Oh, there's cannons here to take down the
Yeah.
temple. Unlucky there. Would have been a chance to win $50 if you managed to do that. That would have been an insane comeback.
I think so.
Okay. That's a good game. Good game. Unlucky there.
So I'm being told we have yet to watch any games from Group F. Do we know who's in Group F?
Ooh. Let's have a look. Group F. Oh yes, there isn't much. We got 2 games. We got Winbert versus Blue Apple, and we got Tapiro versus Easy. Ezgi, Turkish player, resides in Germany, I think.
Winbert, do you want us to take a look at your game?
If he's the one that said it, we'll do your game.
Yeah, he keeps saying still no game from Group F, so I
All
think
right,
that might be a
you're up
subtle
next.
nudge for us to take a look at Winbert's game.
I think we did see quite a solid game from Voxi there. I think his next game should be pretty good. Not too sure if he's have we already casted one of his games? I can't remember.
Who?
Voxi.
I would not know.
I don't think so. I think that was our first Voxi game yesterday. Or today. Sorry, that one we just watched.
I love to see when they go into IR. Sorry, you guys losing me a little?
Yes.
I said I'd love to see the games when they go into IR. It's really interesting to see how, people play pushing all that way there.
Find the base. Couldn't find the base. This is a cool map. See, I used to do all this to the replays, the cinematics, and then save. But once you load up a different replay and then you reload the save file, once you load the old replay, it completely loses where you actually did it. It's freaking annoying. Used to work, and then they did something and it stopped working. Right, let me do the names. Winbert versus Blue Apple. But that's going to be way different. Right, here we go. Straight into the game. Here we go. Alright, here we go. In the left, in the bottom, we have Winbert. And in the north, in the red, we have Blue Apple. I'll quickly pause it there to sort out the names. And then disappeared. Alright, here we go. Nicely done. Right, let's have a look at this map. Oh, we've got a shoreline but no fish. We've got a shoreline but 1, 2 fish, but you're gonna have to walk for it. This is not too bad. We can get... Oh, you messed up. Why? How can you mess up? There's like nothing you can do to mess up this early in the game. Oh, okay. He was just AFK. Right. And just some cows and a mammoth. How's the tree looking? Not too bad. Oh God, his iron's guarded by a tiger, and so is his tree line pretty much. We do have a cow, one cow lonely at the back there. Oh, nice warehouse placement for the trees there by Winbert. Oh, why is it still up? There we go. Also got 26. 25, so even workers so far, so you're not too behind even though you're AFK. Don't be too worried about that. Ooh, early stonecutter. An early pit, looks like Blue Apple's gonna put some pressure on, maybe. Oh, you don't want to build that there. Yeah. No upgrades just yet. Temple possibly getting that temple. Oh, we've got a temple first from Winbert. He's going to play a little bit safe. He's got a nice wall of huts here, so he should be alright for any aggression coming from Winbert. Nice putting his temples back here. I mean his pits at the back of his base, but not nice putting his stonecutter in the front. Again. Great, he might lose that. Do we see any upgrades yet? Looking like slingers. Okay, we're going to go for a bit of a safe build. Anyone here?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, right,
good
okay.
job.
So
Yeah, XKaLiBaR. You're doing great. You're doing great. Just
I wasn't
listening.
sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we're doing... Oh, a proxy from Blue Apple. Okay, that's nice. And it's going to allow him to get, as long as he stays clear of these alligators, he's got a lot of fish that he can use to fuel his push. But only 2 villagers, so you do well to, I think, maybe add a couple more villagers and then use these slingers to clear those alligators, or immediately go, right now they're not doing anything. They should either be going towards the enemy base or clearing up those alligators. And
Clear up the alligators.
Nice
Clear up the alligators, 100%. I mean, so much food here. Even put another warehouse here just for that efficiency. Oh, there's even more here. Oh my God.
And a warehouse right there on the iron. It's a beautiful spot, and you want to take full advantage of that. So good on Blue Apple. He's just not quite utilizing it to his full advantage just yet. So hopefully we'll see him clear it up.
What a spot. He spotted that really well there. Wow, we've got Europe here for Winbert and Europe for Blue Apple, dealing with that tiger that was over there. How many kills it? I didn't catch how many kills he had, but nicely done. Is he gonna even bother getting that? He's not great. None of these guys are good on food by the looks of it. But over here, he spent all his food on upgrading the workers. Got his farm up. So he should be
think a little bit of miss macro coming in from Blue Apple here, despite having those food villagers on the fish. He's only got 4 of them, and no farm, no upgraded villagers. He's trying to build slingers. Just, you know, kind of out of food and out of wood. He doesn't even have a good warehouse position the last we saw at his home base, so that's going to slow him down a little bit. And again, he's teched up, and he only has 2 fighting pits, so that's going to severely limit the amount of pressure that he's going to be able to put on early on.
4, but he should have built more down here. Just to get them out quicker, because this is going to be a surprise attack by him. If he managed to do it. I mean, there's only 4 warriors out, so that's not going to put any pressure on. And we don't see it much. I've got slingers over here from Winbert. Okay.
Yeah, so Winbert's doing a good job here. Nice base wall off, you know, walling off his backside. He's got the defensive slingers, plenty of pits to keep himself safe.
He just has the stonecutter as a wall. The one thing you said don't do.
Yep, don't do stonecutter as a wall. That's one of our first critiques there, Winbert. But he does have a couple of defensive bulwarks even. So, you know, the one risk you have here and where you might benefit is keeping an active scout on your enemy's base and seeing how many pits you have. Well, you might not have seen the 2 pits on the side. He's only got 4 pits in total, right? And so these fighting pits, you know, ultimately you'll be able to upgrade them into European barracks, so you should be doing just fine. Like, I wouldn't recommend building any new barracks here for you. But this was a big investment into your defense that you might not necessarily have needed, which you would know just by keeping an active scouting position on Blue Apple's base. So, you know, the bulwarks and the extra fighting pits, if you're not going to do that to make a big slinger army and go and attack, maybe a little bit of an overcommitment on the fighting pits, but as you said, you know, it's okay because you're able to upgrade them to European barracks, which will serve you well for the rest of the game. Nice dock coming out from Blue Apple to help be a drop-off point, maybe start adding some fishing ships into the economy.
Okay, finally he's maxed out, and he's going to try and push with this army. It doesn't look like much of a big army. Oh, he's deleted that? Okay, he's got his own one.
He deleted his stonecutter.
Trying to go Iron Age here now, which I think is the right call.
Dude,
There's
he
not
heard
much
you.
pressure coming. He's got plenty of slingers, and he'll be able to replace those with archers. So this is the right call. Continually advancing your tech position, especially when you're going against Asia. Upgrading the bulwarks of the towers, looking really strong. Walled off the hole from the stonecutter. Beautiful base building, and he's going to have no problem holding off these macemen. But that being said, a couple of houses might go down.
There is a hole in his wall, by the way.
Yep, there's a hole with that house
Left
down.
side. No, left side.
Oh, on the left side. Oh, there is a gap. Oh,
It's the
nice
bug.
catch there.
When you make that door, sometimes...
Yeah, you have to be careful.
Well, even if you're careful, it just happens. Okay, he's in though.
So
This is good.
He's in, and he's going to be able to do some damage here. Good job running the villagers away. But he's going to get cleaned up.
Yep.
So overall, nice defense. Winbert, you would have, again, if the stonecutter wasn't part of your wall right there, it wouldn't have deleted, and you would have had an easier time, I think, being prepared for that incoming attack.
Blue Water missed a trick here. He really did. If he built more pits, maybe along here, a little bit closer, with that extra food, with more workers on that extra food, he would have been able to carry on pushing. Stayed in this Bronze Age a little bit longer, and just, he did that relentless Macemen and Slingers attack and just crushed him.
And I completely agree, and I think, you know, the positioning of those two fighting pits that he had was kind of like not really committing fully. It's kind of an awkward position where they're almost defensive because they're on his side of the map, and when you make Macemen that walk that slowly, you really need your fighting pits to be closer to the enemy space so you can keep making them and minimize that walking distance that they have to travel.
Oh.
Nice job walling off the coast there, preventing those horsemen from getting in.
Alright, this is going to get taken down. This area might get in trouble, might even lose his fishing boats. Horses coming in, they might be able to do a bit of damage. Are these slingers? No. If these were slingers, he'd been able to kill the workers that are repairing. But there is towers here as well. It's not going to get too much done with these horses.
No, Winbert's, you know, and he's happy to just sit in his own base because he's got access to all the resources he needs. Now, long term, he is going to run out of iron, so that's going to be something to consider. And here's a counterattack coming in, breaking down the house, and he's going to get into the base. A lot of horsemen are going to come answer the call, but this is going to be a nice pickup for Winbert here.
Huge. Only 2 barracks.
And Blue Apple has no wood yet again, and he's struggling to get these towers up. He might have 2 up by the time these archers come in. They're going for the forge, which I think is actually a pretty good call here. That's an expensive building to replace, and it's going to present the addition of any more towers.
Yeah. Maxed out, looking good for Winbert. Is looking good. Eco's nice.
And he's hit early medieval age.
Yep. I don't think he even spotted this. I don't think he knows it's here. I might have gone for that, but I don't know. This was still a good choice. How are we doing over here? Is he upgrading? Yeah, he's upgrading, but he's got no food left now. Managed to get the wood, but now no food. Don't think he's got enough workers.
Yeah, Blue Apple's just macro economy management seems to have been kind of off-put for the majority of the game.
Oh, West. He's definitely going to get overwhelmed with East Europe.
Yeah, because again, West Europe is a good pick. It just takes more. You don't want to do it when you're already on your back foot. Western Europe needs time before its momentum really gets going, whereas East Europe are pretty much ready to go from the moment that they get up to the medieval age.
Could maybe upgrade, get a whole load of spearmen and upgrade them to pikemen. Oh, maybe he needs to get that forge to get the upgrade though. Oh, I don't know if he can afford it, but it could be an idea. He's trying to go for it with the archers as well. Yeah, this could work. But he's ready. There's plenty of archers.
Winbert's doing a good job here, expanding his economy into the next wood line, but also keeping it secure and walling things off. And he's also added fishing ships of his own, which will be a nice food boost for him. So good job, Winbert. Continuing. A lot of players sometimes when they're learning, forget to expand on the map and keep doing so in a secure way, and you're taking advantage of all the resources that are available to you. So that's good management here. Whereas we can see Blue Apple's a little bit more stuck in his base. And struggling to get that warehouse up, running out of wood. Finally gets it up, but I think still oversaturated and could probably do well to actually get another warehouse. And because he's Europe, should probably go for the stone.
It's a bit exposed.
Very exposed though, because he's left, kind of open walls in his base. Whereas we can see Winbert, no gaps, well, maybe small gaps, but by and large, his base is pretty safe.
Now, did you notice how he was building his warehouse? What's your style? Do you like to grab all your workers and build that warehouse, or do you just like to grab a few and build a warehouse while the other workers are carried on working, getting you wood?
Yeah, I think you want to do it with a few, especially if you don't. I mean, if you have the wood to instantly build it, I think the real issue is he ran out of wood. So he had so many villagers idle building that warehouse, but not progressing the building anymore. So at that point, it's like you should just reduce it to maybe 2 or 3 villagers. And then, yes, have those other villagers continue carrying on building wood. And if you're proactive about it, yeah, I think there's no harm in just having 2 or 3 villagers, build it and put it up. But the real issue is when you run out of wood and you have all those villagers building the building and doing nothing, it's just idle time.
Okay, I think he's had enough time waiting, but I think this is a bit premature. He hasn't got enough units to attack into this. Is there a gap? Is that why he's going there?
I'd agree with Wacho on that.
Huh?
I make like 3 or 4 workers build the warehouse, and then as new workers come out, I throw them onto where that warehouse was.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what he was going for here with, running into this hole and really just kind of, blocking himself in, and he's going to lose all of these units as a result.
Is there no way to get through that wood line right there?
I don't think so. He would have gone. I mean, it looks like there is, but maybe their head hits the branch. I don't know. This is nice. This is nice. Oh, he has found it. He sent the horses there, but it's not enough. There's too many towers. Too many towers. He's adding more just to make sure. Winbert is playing this safe. He's playing this well.
Yep, he's playing this, I think, very safe, and that's good. I think you know, he could do well to, and it's hard to tell because again, he's really sticking on his side of the map and hasn't really been to Blue Apple's base that much to really see what's going on. We see forward towers coming out. He's going to catch that. Nice catch. Going to deny the forward towers here. But I think for the most part, one thing is that Winbert is really doesn't know what Blue Apple's up to. He doesn't realize how much of an advantage he has right now from an economy standpoint.
Let's have a look. 50, 61, 65 for Winbert. And 66 and 6 boats for Blue Apple.
We're actually at like the same
4 boats.
Same amount of villagers at this point. It just seems like maybe it's just that Winbert's done a better job balancing, but
I think...
I don't know. I guess all this sitting around, and Blue Apple's been able to catch up.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He didn't take advantage. He had the advantage and he didn't get more ahead when he had the opportunity. Maybe getting more boats, maybe getting more villagers, something, or attacking. Even moving out and building more towers. Which, I mean, Blue Apple's doing it. He's still, he knows he's in the game. He's like, yeah, I'm still in the game. I'm still over here, and I'm gonna be building towers, building them forward. And I'm gonna keep pressuring him. But unless he could take this out, oh, this is gonna be great for Winbert. This is not gonna be great once this goes. Oh, hello.
Yeah, interesting siege ship coming out. Might be able to do something a little bit. I mean, there's not that much to hit other than a couple of towers and warehouses, so
still, it's annoying. But
definitely annoying.
Might
run into some alligators on the way.
Look, there's animals there, but it's all shallow here. You can just send an army and kill them, kill it easily.
Yep.
Looks like Winbert's moving up there.
Yeah. Blue Apple spots it. He's trying to head back. Oh, he's even got boats over here on this side. Maybe he was going to do a drop, but it's too late. Oh, these shallow waters.
Yeah, it's going to pick up that dock.
Alright, he's taking everything away, so that's nice. Oh, hang on. We missed something here. Oh, he didn't do a drop. He just went to kill stuff.
Yep.
He might be trying to open up a hole.
Can you open up a hole with them?
That's why he's got the siege ship.
Oh yeah, he's going to send spikes down. He might
Yeah,
try to
look at that wood line. He used it. He used the ship to take out the wood line.
He just
Where's he
doesn't
going?
have enough pikes to actually do something.
Where's he going?
I think he was chasing down. I think there might have been some units over there that he was chasing down. Okay, so yep, cut down the tree line. He's in with some pikes, which is a nice little attack here. Getting the warehouse. But there's so many towers in this base, so he's doing a good job. I mean, really, he just needs to try to kill some of these buildings and get a little damage in that way, but he's not going to be able to break through into the actual economy.
Well, Winbert is late, medieval, and Blue Apple just hit it himself as well. Oh, this is actually quite even out. It's evening out very nicely, although these are going to go down, but I don't think he's too bothered about this. Everything else has gone down, so not too bothered. And he's just wasting time here while there's units in his base. I think it would be a better choice to maybe send these to the base here. There are gaps.
Looks like there's gaps in those walls. And he's also over-chopped his tree line on the left, so there's access there as well.
The food. Last got
I think
saved up, but he's lost population down to 132.
You know, really, the big problem here for Winbert is he's not fully utilizing the ships. I think he's got like maybe 4 fishing ships, or any. I don't know if any at all. He might have lost some. I think he lost some.
Counter.
Yeah,
Winbert's counter on the top.
Yeah, he lost his fishing ships to the catapults. So that was actually a nice pickup by Blue Apple to really kind of restrain Winbert's food economy, and we saw him kind of lose a little bit of food as a result. But yeah, big counterattack, and he's not moving his villagers. Very slow in the reaction there.
Does he have any defense?
Yeah, and like no production buildings. He's got a couple of forts here, so they might be able to, you know, if he can build some of them up. But if you're gonna send them in one by one, he's upgrading them right now.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
That is not the time to be upgrading. Oh, this is gonna be a massacre. He's gonna fight.
One.
Oh my
This is
god.
painful. Okay, runs
Ooh.
him into the towers.
That's going down. That count's going down quick.
Oh yeah, the towers are going to save the day here. Choosing to go for the forge, again, should be another nice pickup. An expensive building.
He hasn't got much iron because he's trying to go to the Iron Age. Oh, he should have brought the...
Imagine he'll have chosen Russia.
Should have brought the siege ship here. Could have picked out a few of these barracks.
Yeah, that would be nice for him. And just... So what, he upgraded the barracks, but is Blue Apple, he's going into his IR. I'm not entirely sure why he's choosing to do that. I guess he wants some longbows, but I don't know if upgrading them into the archery, royal archery ranges, no less, I think, is the right call when you're trying to go to IR. And where does Blue Apple choosing to go? He's going abstract, which is actually never a bad choice, if you ask me.
Ooh, sneaky, sneaky. I had to send some archers over here to deal with that boat. And he's got his own boats coming out as well. Possibly he's going to build some siege ships. Not yet, not yet. Okay, this is still doing well. 5 kills, 9 kills. That's not too bad. And got some cannons out now as well. Don't know if he's going to be able to get through. Nope. Oh, we've got some villagers stuck. No, militiamen stuck. Militiamen. That's right.
Yeah, I think the sea pressure from Blue Apple is really underrated and has actually given them a lot of value this game.
You know, this is a game where we can't predict who's going to win. So far, so good.
Yep, so far I think it's anybody's game. But again, it's so hard to, you know, have map control presence as Western Europe when it's so open like this. And Winbert's just able to mass produce these cheap archers and militiamen and be all over the map. He even sent, 3 cuirassiers to go and raid the backline, forcing Blue Apple's army to go back to his base. And at the same time, his army is stuck in his base, and we see that Winbert is up here and destroying all these forward nodes. And I think Blue Apple might have done a better job to build a couple of towers here, because the Western European towers are not going to die to these archers and militiamen. They just don't have the siege power to take down Western European towers. So a couple of those might have helped him keep his presence out on the map and gather those resources.
What's he shooting?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
He's stuck. He can't get out. He's absolutely stuck. His base is too tight. And again, we see him just chilling. I think he's chilling because he's about to hit industrial and he doesn't want to waste any units. He hasn't got much food, which is not great. This is terrible farm.
Yeah, it was like my poultry yard in that game against Marmelaaada. It's too cramped in. It causes your villagers to cramp up. You really want to give your farm a little bit more breathing room there.
What is this? What is this?
And the problem is,
where's the warehouse?
Anytime either of these players are getting an advantage, they're both being so defensive that they end up losing the advantage that they might have gained. And then, again, still a very even match.
Not going to get much done there. Oh, sending a lot of workers now. No, I thought he was going to send it on the food. He does need it on the food. Let's have a look at this. What he's doing. He's up to. He's trying to get. I was going to get more workers. There we go. He realised.
Yep. You want to, being PopCapped, you want to get the population upgrade pretty much as soon as you get to either the medieval age or an IR, as long as you can afford it.
What the hell? Identical. Are you serious? 66 workers and 3 boats, and 66 workers and 3 boats as they just hit industrial.
So, when you're playing abstract, you're going against Russia again. Russia, knowledge of what your opponent is up to is going to be important, especially for the early game. I think going, it's a tough battle. I think balloons are going to be an important choice here. However, Blue Apple or Winbert is going to have the Tachunkas as an easy counter if you go too heavily into balloons. So we'll have to see what Blue Apple wants to do to counter the very versatile force of Russia.
He just had to cancel his population upgrade.
What I think Blue Apple is going for is I think he's going to go for armored cars, expecting death sites to be the first choice.
And then obviously Russia will be able to build those howitzers or its own light tanks to counter, which can then also be countered by Abstract's own light tanks and armored cars. But I think armored cars is definitely a strong first start, and also has that high mobility and will mow down these remaining medieval units.
Look at this, I love this. They both got boats out for defense. He's got it here for offense here. And then we got, there was a boat here. Where's that boat go? Oh, here we go. There's another boat here. Blue Water's got his own boat here defending to see if there's any other boats coming. Nice. Nice. The map awareness, sea awareness, all those naval games are paying off. Right, where's that?
Both players still
Armored cars,
just trying to build up their production. There's not much production. You know, everyone's still, all their production buildings are in their back. Nobody's tried to, you know, go out and build a forward base, which again, if you're trying to beat your opponent and win, usually you're going to need some sort of forward base to minimize that walking time. Yeah.
Don't waste those
Losing
archers.
a cannon.
Okay, so he sacrificed them to get for the cannon. That's good because the armored car is about to come, and it is
he didn't
a
get
race.
the second one, so hopefully he can target. He should hopefully be able to target this cannon, get inside its minimum range.
No, it's
going to finish it off.
Oh, he
Yes,
got
he
it.
did.
Beautiful.
Okay. I think the armored car automatically targets cannons. If left, so it's quite a nice feature there. And now he's going in and doing some eco rating. That's going to be a good choice here, and I agree, Cyber. Cyber's saying that the best choice for Blue Apple here is armored car spam, and I think until your opponent gets enough howitzers out, armored cars are going to be a good choice. And even if they do have howitzers, you're able to run up into their face, and howitzers have pretty low armor, so armored cars will make quick work of them. That being said, we've got a nice little push coming in from Winbert to counter some of the damage that has been done to him.
Oh, did he kill him with these?
Going for machine gunners. Interesting.
Yeah, they're not too bad. They're not too bad. I had the game the other day. The guy went those machine gunners and
Blue Apple just really struggling to secure his base. This has been the issue for him all game. He's let it happen to him multiple times. He has to recall his armored car to go help clean this up. He would have done well to maybe add a couple more towers while he was in Medieval Age, or try to wall it off with some buildings and walls. Now that he's in Medieval, he would do well to maybe add 1 or 2 machine gun towers, but just really struggling to defend his economy, and it's just giving Winbert so much value here. But again, if Winbert, with all these raids, he needs to capitalize and start pushing forward. He's not yet, we're 53 minutes into the game, and Winbert still hasn't tried to push out on the map. He's still turtling up, continue to eco, and not taking advantage of these small eco boosts that he's getting from the successful raids that he's had.
I gotta say, even though Winbert's been turtling, it seems to be working out for him.
Yeah, I think so. I just think that the game is going on maybe a bit longer, but right now I still think it's anybody's game.
Oh, I mean, definitely.
oh, nice spot.
Yep, nice armor.
Oh, now he's got
catapult
the
joining in.
bolts. Oh, 9 kills, 5 kills.
He's hitting his own thing.
Ooh, you don't want to do that.
Is that a light tank coming out from Winbert? I think it is. I was attacking that armored car. It's right above the wood line.
Oh, he
What is
blasted
that?
through the wood line.
No, it's just partisans. So slowly trying to intercept these cannons. I think the cannons have still been stuck in his base. Yeah, so they're kind of just taking up population spot. And interesting choice here, trying to use longbows to take down a machine gun tower. I don't think that's really going to work out too well.
Archers are good against buildings, but not those buildings.
Alright, so we got a nice combo of machine gunners, partisans, and howitzers coming forward. So they should do a good job at cleaning up these armored cars as they try to come in. But again, he needs to start pushing out onto the map, I think.
Oh, nice, nice. But there is a cannon, so it's going to be able to deal with that. But with the combo of the armored car coming in now, there's a machine gun tower, so that's nice. Ooh, we got some balloons.
Yep, I think balloons will be a nice addition to this army comp, and Abstract's going to have a harder time countering the balloons unless they get balloons of their own. Upgrading his trawlers into machine gun trolleys, probably looking to go and try to do some more eco rating here.
Towers are going up though.
Yep, going to be met with those machine gun towers,
But
so good call here.
Get these
Yeah,
fishes.
could get those fishing ships.
And that's about it, really. I think that was a waste of eco.
Alright, so Winbert now has a very sizable army, and it's pretty well balanced, so I'm interested to see, you know, how Blue Apple's going to do this. Again, this is a big window right now that Winbert should just be heading straight across the map right now and going for the throat. Going for that big exposed eco Blue Apple that's outside of his base, or even just going for his base. But instead, he's kind of walking around trying to defend himself, but I think he's got a major military advantage. Like, what's the population difference? We see 200 out of Winbert. What's Blue Apple at? 102. He's doubled his population, I think, and a lot of it is in pretty powerful units. So again, he would be doing well to just, you know, I think, gain a little bit of confidence and push out onto the map, but still choosing to sit in his base.
I think we're going to see a little bit of eco raid coming in from Blue Apple, but besides that, yeah, Winbert can just go for the win.
Blue Apple doesn't have, if we look back at Blue Apple's base, does he have any production buildings to really catch up in numbers? I don't think he does.
His
still
base just
operating
looks
on
naked. There's nothing in it.
Operating on one factory and then medieval barracks. So I think this, you know, as long as Winbert just pushes forward, there should be nothing that can be done by Blue Apple to defend this push.
Longbows. He does have the factory here as well. Oh, he's invested in
factories,
this.
He's going for a battleship. I don't know if that's... Can that reach? Do you think that'll be able to reach?
It should.
Yeah, I think it can.
Oh, he needs to keep this alive, though. Oh, he needed that vision a little bit.
Yeah, the
But
problem is
look
he's
at
going to
that.
need another armored car for the vision, yep.
Winbert's just going to come right in, and I can't imagine he'll be able to stop this.
Yeah, yeah, Blue Apple just doesn't have the production. He's upgrading his barracks now. He's finally getting some IR barracks going, but again, I think it might be too little too late. This is a really well-balanced army. I think he has to probably just go full force into balloons because that would counter all of this. Instead, calls the GG.
Invested two. These cost a lot. They cost a lot. They really do. And if the game went on for longer, they were going to be in trouble for iron because there's only 2 irons left. And then he was sending his howitzers one by one, and look, they got killed. And I think Blue Apple played this better because he kept his army nice and tight, built it up. Especially when you go industrial, if you lose your army or if you're starting from scratch, it takes forever to build your army.
Yep, unless you've got a really powerful eco, you know, supported by multiple universities, you have map control, you know, you can afford to lose your army, but even then, you never want to lose your units, and yeah, this is well played from Winbert. The battleship coming in is going to try. Can he attack? He should be able to attack ground, I think, right?
No,
battleship. Battleships. Oh, okay. Yeah, so no vision there. That's going to really keep his thing alive. We have a defensive howitzer here that should help clean up the battleship, and he's got the balloon. He knows what's up, and yep, we're going to see his base torn down.
The worker rushed, the only thing left.
I don't think he's got many workers left. Well, he's down to about 50. He didn't even get the university up. And that's a GG. GG. Well played, both of you. Well played. Well played. That was a good game. Great game. Still got time for a few more games. Now, who is the next victim? Anybody want to see anyone in particular in the chat?
Could see maybe some the Tapiro game because we haven't seen any of Tapiro yet. Look at Flatwater. We haven't seen Flatwater play. What other groups have we? not got a lot of exposure on.
The group we just watched now, Group F. The only other game is Tapiro versus Easy, and we have. Oh, you know what? We haven't watched Group D tonight, which has got Olvi, Gumo, and Matty. And we got Matty versus Olvi. We got Olvi versus Gumo and Matty versus Gumo.
Ahmed in the chat saying they want to see Tapiro versus Easy.
Tapiro versus Easy. We haven't seen much of either of them, so yeah, why not? Good choice. I don't think I've watched any games of Easy. Ezgi is his name. Oh my god. Oh. Right, let's get this cinematic going. I mean, as Easy should be very, very nervous playing Tapiro. He is at the top of his game at the moment. And he is gonna be yellow. Alright, here we go. I agree. When you spawn and you just see this, you might want to remake. Alright.
I guess Tapiro is asking to remake, but since we're looking at the replay right now, they must have decided to obviously play this one out. But I would agree, I would look at this map and not be very pleased.
Well, he's agreed. But if it's silent. Okay, if it's silent. Okay. Alright. Good stuff. Anyway, here we go. In the red, in the bottom, we have Kuchi's girlfriend. You gotta change your names now. Come on for the tournament, which is Tapiro. And in the top, in the yellow, we have Easy. And as you can see, this is, I think, one of the worst maps we've seen. Got your iron, but you're going to have to travel out. And to travel out, you're going to have to deal with this tiger. Maybe if you go round... Oh, no, there's another tiger here. You literally are guarded by animals in this one.
Do we know, is that iron in the middle of their island, is that a shiny? Is that 10,000 or is it going to be 5,000 here?
10.
So it is 10,000, so that's going to help them, you know, survive a little bit longer, but they only have 5,000 at their base, and the only other iron on this map is on another island. So we'll have to see if any of the players, you know, if the game does go long, they'll have to be looking to expand to those islands and get another iron node in their belt. But that's going to, I think, definitely be an interesting dynamic because the 5,000 will not last that long, especially if you go Europe with the more iron-heavy eco upgrades and units. So I think that's going to be a impacting game factor for this particular map.
Okay. Tapiro's going for the right choice here. He's going to play aggressive. Got to get that map control because he needs to get this tree line outside his base, or even these ones. That's pretty close.
Easy doing an interesting line of
Yeah,
house
I was
walling.
thinking that. It's the wrong way. Oh,
running out of wood, so choosing
Wow.
to go for the warehouse to temporarily help his wood income.
That's how bad
Until
this
he can
is.
get that going.
I mean, it's terrible for wood. You're gonna run out. And look, he's having to fight 2 tigers with workers here.
Yeah.
He's lost 1. He's gonna hope that one runs off. He's lucky there, so he's gonna get that tree line, which is nice. But you know, I think he didn't need to rush this too much. I don't think this is gonna be a very heavy push. This is just to make sure that Easy doesn't get this tree line too easily.
That being said, though, if he times this right, yep, that's his only fighting pit right now. So if he can kill these villagers, I mean, it's only 3 right now, and I don't think they have the damage upgrade in, so it's going to be a slow process. But okay, so the warriors come out. Yep, so he should be able to hold this off. But the problem and the risk for Easy right now is that all of his production buildings are right at the front, right in the face of Tapiro, and if Tapiro is able to get the upper hand, there's nowhere for these units to spawn. They're just going to get instantly killed, and he's not going to be able to get enough defense up, enough mass up to successfully defend. Oh, and the warriors pulling and getting killed by the tiger. The tigers are helping them.
He's going for
And
that.
now-
That's not going to be a successful. Oh.
Tapiro smells blood in the water. You know, nice wall bulwarks, but not defending the majority of his villagers, which are going to get caught out. Oh, it's looking really bad. He's trying to build more fighting pits in the back, but it's a little bit too little, too late, and I think this game's going to be over very quickly.
I don't know if I can count that yet. He seems like he's going to try his best.
Yeah, but what's his villager count now? I think Easy's probably down to probably 20 villagers, maybe less.
Mason are coming.
Mason coming in.
Dealing
They're going
with
to
this
clean up the
tiger.
buildings.
I was going to do a run by. No, not that kind of run by. Should have gone to his base. This is horrible. It's a horrible map. Again, it was only one strategy that could work against on this map.
And he is Easy's out of food. No way to get any more food. He's stuck in his base, and it's GG.
This is where the experience comes into play. GG. GG. All right. You wanted to see? Oh, hang on. Was that a quick one? 8 minutes 40. No, not a record. He didn't have a record.
Quite.
Unless he quit earlier. No, he just quit now. So 8 minutes 20 was the record so far.
Yeah, I think, as you said, that's where the experience comes in. The experienced player sees that there's literally no food in your starting position. So he, Tapiro knows to go out onto the map as quickly as possible and put that pressure on early because, well, what we saw is that, there was no space to build and there were no options to have continued food income, when you're stuck in your base. So good map awareness and experience by Tapiro and got the quick win on that one.
Hey, Wacho, I have a question for chat, considering we had this talk a little bit last night. Has anyone else experienced no coupons? By, like, if you open your coupons in the game, if you had any, they're no longer there. Has anyone else experienced that?
I definitely have.
One thing that's interesting, it seems like all the small maps are over pretty quickly, and all the big maps are over a really long time.
That's how it is. You've got to learn all types of maps as soon as you can. And the only way to do that is just to play as many games as you can until you get those type of maps. Alright, here we go. Let's go straight into it. Okay, let me do the names first.
Boost, yes. There are war selection discords that you can play war selection together. First off and foremost, there is the easy discord, and the
In the
link
description.
is in the description of this YouTube stream. So you should be able to click that and join the easy discord, which is definitely a great community if you're looking to get into the competitive side of war selection. A lot of great players in that community and a lot of good information out there.
All right, let's get into the next one. All right, here we go. In the red, we have PITEON, and he'll be up against Voxi in the top side of the map in the yellow. Let's have a quick look at them, make sure the names are up. They're not up again, they disappear. There we go, they're back up. And we're back into the game. Wow, straight away, there are fishies. Plenty of fish for here. Five,
You should be able to build a nice warehouse on the tree line to take advantage of the other side of that small wood line as well.
right here. Beautiful.
Yeah, should be a good.
That's
I'm
premature.
definitely
this
interested. Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how this game goes because, you know, Voxi was up against Cyber, and I think, you know, played very well. Obviously, just Cyber's experience and, you know, performance under pressure, I think, kind of shone through a little bit there. So we'll see how PITEON handles Voxi, knowing that both of these guys are very good players.
I gotta say, some other people were saying in chat, yeah, their coupons have also disappeared.
Yep, getting robbed here. We're getting robbed. All them tech points we saved up, and they said, don't worry, you can use it in the future. But no, now.
No, I actually found, I actually have a saved word folder with a lot of my coupons still in there.
Yeah. I have about 140,000 tech points that I will be using up to get those coupons to give away at some point during the brackets rounds, especially towards the finals. So do watch that. Oh man, they are so blessed for food at the moment. But no one seems to be playing aggressive. They're getting a little bit... They're getting the temples up, although Voxi's getting both the temple and the pits up, whereas PITEON is doing the old temple first, and then he's going to try and squeeze those pits in while that temple is getting upgraded.
One thing to note here is both players have the same temple position, which at the outset seems nice and defensive, but note that if you build a forward dock, there's not much you can do to keep that temple alive.
Yep. And you know what, after this tournament, or maybe during this tournament, I think we're going to see a lot more of temples being sniped. Oh, this is not looking good. This is not looking good here.
Yep. He's got a lot of great wood lines that he should be utilizing, either by building a new warehouse or by just going to his temple. Not utilizing either. There's, yeah, a little bit of efficiency being lost here.
Okay, PITEON is ahead on workers. I think that's because Voxi's getting those slingers early to add a bit of pressure. I mean, don't forget, you haven't noticed, there is no iron. Look how far the iron is. There's 4 surrounding your base, and it's going to be an eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whichever one you pick. There's going to be animals. There's a lot of animals. Every single one is guarded by, well, except this one is guarded by an animal of some sort. And we see Voxi now getting Europe, and PITEON, I'm pretty sure, is going to go Europe as well. Another warehouse here would be very nice and efficient for him, but he's still got plenty of food to go there. Oh, we see stables going up for PITEON as well. He didn't, has he not even got, oh, he's got some slingers, so that's all right for defense, but there doesn't seem to be anything coming just yet. Voxi's gone for his iron very, very quickly, so that is nice. PITEON hasn't realized that the iron is quite far, and now I think he's possibly heading over there now. Nope, he's going to be behind on tech and upgrades, and we already see the upgrades coming in for Voxi, so that's very nice, very nice. Maybe need to start upgrading your houses before you get supply blocked. Oh, there we go, nicely done. Because he does need to catch up on workers. 44 workers there, and I think PITEON's gonna be, oh god, come on man. It's getting late, I can't do the maths. 52 workers. And he's getting a wall up. Massive wall.
Yeah, massive wall indeed. Definitely looking to, take no chances. And I think, walling up is really important in this game. I mean, time and time again, we've seen gaps, and we've just seen masses of archers or slingers ignore all the archer fire coming their way just so they can go snack on some villagers and cause some idle time.
Decided to fight. Oh, they're having a dance-off! They're having another dance-off! Oh! Voxi won that one.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. He's going to lose 3 villagers if he's not safe. Some horsemen should come in and help clean this up a little bit.
You know what? That would be huge if he does actually go and kill these. That's going to slow him down. Nice.
Oh, yep. Voxi is, good map awareness here. As you're pointing out, all these irons are really exposed, and until, if you hit early, right, Europe will have a point where they can just, make 2 or 3 towers, and, those iron mines might as well be safe. But early on, it's hard to afford towers and also upgrade your houses and build your barracks production buildings and do all the things that you need to do to get your economy up and going. So this is really great play from Voxi, from probably realizing that, I need to go pressure this iron, and this is going to slow down. This is going to slow down PITEON's iron timing significantly. I wouldn't be surprised if Voxi's already on his way.
Oh, he's a little bit careless here. He's not building archers from the other 2 barracks. He's got plenty of supply.
A lot of wood gone.
Yeah. Do we know if... Voxi is on his way to Iron Age. Do we know if PITEON is on his way as well? I doubt it, because he's been kept off of iron.
He's not. He only just upgraded it, so I think he
Although
might be
he managed to get 900... No, he just started. So that being said, big counter wave of horsemen coming back and looking to do the same thing. A tower has got up, but that's not going to be enough if he groups all of his horsemen together. A little slow in the reaction. But honestly, if I were him, I would take the archers and the horsemen and kill that tower. I mean, I think you could snipe it.
Yeah.
With 8 damage from the archers, or I guess they're slingers actually, so never mind there. I don't know if 5 horsemen would be quite enough, but...
Oh, nice. I think he targeted them horsemen, so he got the horsemen out of the way, and he's doing a little dance. This is great play by Voxi so far, but the only issue is he's behind on workers, and that's why PITEON has got a huge bank at the moment. Whereas Voxi's struggling on that food.
Voxi's doing good though.
He's doing excellent. Let's have a look at the worker count. Ooh, some units heading back. 58 for Voxi, so I think he has caught up. And about
59.
Not too
Yes,
bad.
they're even on that. You said that PITEON has a much bigger bank though, right?
He's got a bigger bank. He's got 200 food, nearly 4,000 wood. But it's the food.
Oh yeah, that food is really difference.
Yeah, again, neither player's opting for the fishing economies, and you're going to hear me say that time and time again. I think you should pretty much always take fish. We do see the dock blueprint down, but not actually building it. And
what are you talking about?
One fishing ship, but one's not really going to be that big of an impact.
Coochie says you only need 2 until you get to medieval, or else you overcommit too much.
Well, 2 is twice as many as 1.
Yeah. Okay. We do see medieval now, and we've gone East Europe for Voxi. How is PITEON doing? Straight away on that population upgrade. He's a little bit behind. And I'm pretty sure he should be going East Europe. We'll check that in a minute. That's tidied up very, very nicely. And now he's got a decent army. He can push with this army a little bit. Maybe stop these towers being pushed out too much.
Little mismicro on that villager. Villager's going to get caught. Not a big deal, but he hit right there. Dead body to the right of the army.
Ew.
Yeah, little mismicro. Not a huge deal, but...
Ooh, nice split here. Nice split with the horses.
I mean, every bit counts, right?
Yep, every single bit counts.
We
So
have gone east as well. Look at that, everything upgraded straight away. That's nice.
Everyone here today seems to understand that Russia is the play you want to go for.
Yeah.
yeah, I think, and again, I think the players who are doing well, and maybe it's just because they're doing better of their economy management. But that being said, Voxi was the first to tech up. But we see PITEON is taking map control and choosing to fight the boars for PITEON. I'm not entirely sure if should be doing that. Villagers is going to close the gate. Yep, he closes the gate. But
That
nice
was
little
kind of
delay on the
funny.
iron. So I mean, again, you invested 3 horsemen and you've completely stalled the iron income for a moment of time.
Oh, bad reaction there from Voxi. He left his army back there. Didn't see PITEON was actually attacking from that left side. Not going to get much done. There's a wall here. And those horses died.
PITEON's archers should be able to clean this up with no issue, and he's also got the towers to support.
Voxi ahead on supply. Getting those houses. Alright. The spam is about to begin. Spam versus spam. Let's see who the better spammer is. At the moment, PITEON has got the better vision. Map control.
I'm always going to give us... Go for it, Habeebee.
I was gonna say PITEON, one of my favorites. He played my 2v2s with me, and we got into the top 50 together.
Nice.
So I have a personal connection with hoping that PITEON goes through here.
This is his
Well,
first
I think
game.
he doesn't have that big of an army out right now, and he's going to lose. That was still a Bronze Age tower, so it went down pretty quickly. But the rest of his towers are medieval, so they're going to be proving to be a little bit more difficult to take down with just archers and militiamen.
He's getting overwhelmed here.
He is.
I want to see some catapults now coming down or being built a bit more south from Voxi, just to start taking out these towers, start taking out these buildings and support this army. Because without the catapults, I think PITEON should be able to hold this.
He's got a lot of momentum right now with all of the archers. He's killing off the opponent. But as you said, yeah, he needs to come up behind this and take down those towers and get rid of that vision and take it for himself.
His micro is very good. He's very good.
Those militiamen, dude, they can really tear.
Yep.
You just have that feeling that you don't want to kill them because they're so cheap, but they really just, if you just let them keep going, they'll destroy everything.
So again, still cleaning it up. But again, I really think you're right, XKaLiBaR. He needs to capitalize behind this. Otherwise, he's just going to get whittled down as he gets closer and closer to PITEON's base. The reinforcement time for him is going to drop and increase for PITEON. It's almost like a tug-of-war match here. We got a forward tower going, but I think he would also do well to get a single catapult or a ram or something that's going to be able to take down those towers.
I think he's going to do that. He's just getting the tower first, and I'm sure he's going to start putting some blueprints. Oh no, he's going to get another tower. He is maxed out, so tower is a good choice, but I need to get that workshop. Do we have a workshop here for PITEON? No, not yet.
Voxi is going to the late medieval age. He's already over halfway there with plenty of resources in the bank. Struggling a little bit for food, but this is a really powerful move from Voxi to both be able to put the pressure on and tech up at the same time.
You know what? This push by him, where he had that big army and he was able to overwhelm PITEON. He was able to save up quite a lot of eco because of that. He didn't need to keep remaking. I bet PITEON is quite behind yet. He hasn't even maxed out with houses yet. Not much food. He won't be going.
It's that one fishing ship, man. If he had, he's got 2 now, 3. So it should help a little bit, but his farm's running out. His farm is idle right now. This is not looking good.
Pressure is on.
Still idle. Oh, his farm is still idle. He has no food income except for those 3 fishing ships.
The berries.
Reseed it, PITEON. Okay, he finally realizes it and reseeds it, but that was a big delay.
I think he might be able to clear this up. A few horses come out.
PITEON is still outmassing him, though.
Even
again,
he's outmassed.
Behind this, PITEON is towering up, and I think he actually made the better decision here. Instead of investing in catapults while he was maxed, just tack up and build towers off to the side, and just kind of, you see it's about half and half for middle control right now, but PITEON is the one who's in the dominating position.
No, Voxi.
And now...
No, Voxi.
Sorry, Voxi, excuse me.
Yeah,
Voxi's the one who's in the dominating position. But here we see a catapult, and I think this is a good decision because that's going to really put pressure on this fort that Voxi just invested in.
Come on, we need to push this army. You need to take that catapult down. You need time to build up your own catapults.
Ooh, nice hit on the villagers, cutting those from 4 to 2. Yeah, Voxi needs to be careful here that he doesn't loot this fort. If another catapult comes out and one just pops out here, he's got a bigger mass.
Happened.
I like this
We got
position.
that catapult. That catapult's coming in. It should be able to destroy that. He has enough units here to literally stop him from taking on that catapult. This is probably an entire loss, this forward position right here.
Yeah, but the nice thing for Voxi is that he is late medieval now, so he does have that tech up advantage and should hopefully capitalize on that, but definitely not a good thing to lose this. Okay, nice move with the archers. Is going to snipe that catapult.
That catapult got like one of its 6 hits actually in.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Eastern European catapults. They're great against building damage, but sometimes pretty inaccurate, and the RNG gods can be unfavorable to you if you're if you didn't please them.
Okay, guys, let's count 7.
Which one was the 7?
8.
8. Got 8. Nice.
Oh, there we go. He actually hit it that time.
Okay, finally cleaning up the forward, and Voxi choosing to move off to the right side now, trying to see if he can go find those iron villagers again.
Go. Just send the militiamen. That's all you need to do. And keep your archers.
Okay, choosing to retreat because PITEON is moving his army forward in the middle of the map.
Oh, this is a huge army.
Okay, and then, nope, Voxi's now going in towards the center base, but he's just going to run into a wall.
Beautiful.
I'm not sure what he's looking for. Oh, I guess there was a gap.
No!
Oh, no!
That's going to be devastating. Gap. He has to run his entire food economy away. PITEON does have 11,000 food stocked up on the bank, so he should be okay. But how's he going to clear this up? His entire army is now at Voxi's base. It's at Voxi's base now, so they're both in each other's base, but Voxi looks like he's better walled off. PITEON's archers are... Oh, this is... I don't know how PITEON's going to clear this out anytime soon. He doesn't have that many towers in his base, and these archers have high building damage, so they're going to be able to destroy these houses. They're going to be able to take down the forge. And PITEON is still struggling to get into Voxi's base.
But look how much food he saved up in all this time. But no, it's alright. Voxi's still got a nice amount of eco at home as well, but he's maxed out. He needs to build some houses to get some units out. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt.
Yep.
I was getting
PITEON's
some towers.
doing the right thing and building towers. That's going to be the right call here. And he has the affordability to do that. PITEON needs to move fast and start killing those villagers before too many towers come up.
I think he's lost some villagers by the looks of it. Yeah, I mean, PITEON's got 72 workers, so that's... Where are they? They're hiding. They're hiding.
They've moved entirely to that wood line and are kind of oversaturated.
Oh. Alright. Oh, they're both in each other's base. They're both struggling to counter this in their own bases, but there is a decent amount of towers here.
Yep. PITEON, see, the nice thing was that Voxi had more time to get those towers up, whereas PITEON had to evacuate his villagers immediately. There's just too many archers, and now he can't build towers, whereas PITEON is able to defend his base, had more time to build those towers, and those towers will slowly whittle down the archers. But there's still almost nothing here that is going to whittle down Voxi's army. Voxi is occupying PITEON's base, and there's almost nothing he can do about it.
Yeah,
I would say PITEON's doing the same. He stopped them from literally doing anything. However, PITEON can still mine trees. Where is their tree mining?
nowhere.
Yeah, he's completely
in
stopped
a bit of a
them.
bind.
Can you check on Voxi? I don't think he had much metal last time we looked at him, and I think he no longer does have any metal.
Yeah, both players are
Ooh.
Oh
really...
no, just no wood.
Oh, look! Oh my god! Oh, he needs to
Voxi's
cancel.
gonna hit.
Oh no! I don't know.
I don't know if I would cancel at this point.
He's got
99%.
food. He's got food to defend.
Yeah, he's got 99%. He should just be able to keep making militiamen, upgrade some villagers, train some more villagers. And he's
Voxi's
now, I
there.
don't even think PITEON's LMA yet, so I think Voxi might be 2 ages ahead
Yeah,
of PITEON.
but with like half the workers. No, there's not enough workers to be at medieval. I mean, now he just needs to treat this as though he's medieval and just pump out those workers to catch up.
Okay, he's going to find some more villager picks here, which is going to help even that villager discrepancy. Okay, he's good on the reaction time, is retreating. He's moved his entire eco forward. It's back up and running, whereas, yes, I think we might see a problem here if Voxi... There is a moment of opportunity for PITEON to come back and counterstrike on Voxi's base, because Voxi is in IR, is going to struggle to get out a lot of troops because he has no villagers. He's losing more villagers in the iron mine. Another nice pickup from PITEON. This is looking potentially pretty scary for Voxi if he doesn't manage to get his eco back online quick.
So many houses taken down and he's still at 150 supply. Nice. I think he built some extra ones over here. Alright, this should now even out again. And he
I want to
gets-
see PITEON go straight for Voxi's base as soon as he cleans this up.
Yes.
Do you think Voxi or PITEON will try to use ships on each other?
I think they're a
That
bit
is
too
also
busy.
an option
Oh,
that
they-
I think they're preoccupied with. Yep.
Yeah, with each other.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good.
Yeah, he's running out of wood lines, and his base, which is really not that secure, is being devoid of resources. So he's going to have to go out into the complete open. He cannot build any more towers until he upgrades a barracks and gets an arsenal out, both of which are somewhat expensive to do right now. The arsenal is not a cheap building, so Voxi's going to really struggle to defend his eco, and we do see PITEON leaving his base, going straight towards Voxi, and I think that's going to be a really important timing push for him, because again, he is still 2 ages behind. Do we see,
What
actually,
is,
do we see PITEON going to LMA yet? Okay, yep, he just hit LMA, so that's going to be helpful, and his eco is ready to go straight to IR, and I wouldn't be surprised if he clicks up straight to IR almost immediately.
What is Voxi's worker count at, and has he built a university at all?
I don't think you can
we have
afford that.
72,
56.
56 to 72, so
Oh, he has.
Oh, he does.
Nice. He didn't go for the population upgrade. Good choice there. Oh, he's already got the arsenal. Where's he? Oh yeah, because he's already got a forge, isn't it? I forgot about that. With Europe, you can do that.
All right, so you did get the arsenal up, and this is a really great choice. Again, he's going for balloons, which again, medieval age units are going to really struggle with. As we talked about yesterday, it's
Nice.
really only the musketmen that are going to be able to do something. And
Beautiful.
great pull by the archers. Yep, that's going to slow down PITEON's push pretty much entirely at this point.
Great micro. Needs to bring them back. He needs. Okay, he's fighting them ones. Oh, he's getting a bit of surround here. I think he needs to pull
Yeah,
back
he
a
needs
bit towards his towers.
Does look like
Oh.
Voxi's economy is stabilizing. We do see the forward workshops. Is PITEON going up to IR, or is he committing full in on this late medieval push?
No, he's going
Okay,
IR.
he is going IR.
As well as trying to. I think he smells blood. He's gonna try and push him with some catapults, or maybe cannons.
He sees the balloons now, so he knows he's behind. He knows he's got to get to IR himself.
He has time.
These balloons are going to be really helpful in buying Voxi time, though. Yeah, these balloons are just going to mow down any spam that PITEON tries to send.
Or actually just take him straight to the PITEON's base to start killing some workers. But I think personally I'll go for the cannons that are about to come out.
Yeah, if he can get onto these airfields and destroy the airfields, those are heavy food and wood investments that you're not going to get back. So it would be a good snipe and pick up and stop the production of these balloons. He just now... Oh, let's see if he goes for it.
He's got a lot. It's just they're all going south. He thinks he could protect his base with the militiamen. He didn't get the extra houses. He's got the wood. He can even
he would be
upgrade all
doing
of
well,
this.
Yeah, I think partisans are much more effective than
They
the
have guns.
militiamen. So
They have guns against the folk.
And good job. This is exactly what PITEON needs to be doing. He's using his cannons to target those airfields, which are expensive buildings and are going to stop the balloon spam. But however, these balloons, it looks like PITEON's pretty content just sending him straight to his base, but he's got no supporting units to defend those cannons. They're going to go down pretty quickly, those archers.
Oh, and he put village, he put his farm a bit forward there as well. I think PITEON should still have a lot of food banked. Oh, that 11,000 nearly gone, and he's down to 98 supply.
Yeah, it's not looking good. These balloons are going to be really difficult for PITEON to deal with. He needs to get Tachunkas up as soon as he can. Just build one stable, and 1 or 2 Tachunkas will help push this back.
Well, he's got that stable upgrade, so it looks like he's going right for it.
Ah, I forgot to click it.
Yep. He's not training one yet, though. He needs to train some Tachunkas. That's going to be the quickest way to deal with this.
There they are. Here they come. That's gonna deal with all of them, basically, I think. Oh, but he has no food to do it.
Ooh.
Yep. View pointing out in the chat that PITEON should try to train some horses as well. Horses would be good for raiding, so a couple of Red Devils, he would do well to upgrade all of his stables here. Get some Tachunkas and get some counter horseman pressure. Buy himself some time, but he's not... Is he training the Tachunkas yet?
He is. He's training them. He just has no food to get them.
Yeah, because his forward farm. He needs to retreat those villagers to the lower farm. The balloons are doing a good job at putting pressure on.
There's a balloon there as well, though.
Oh, he's everywhere.
He's got the Tachunka.
This was a good choice here.
There we go.
Voxi.
Look at making such quick work. So Voxi needs to diversify his army now. The Tachunka out there, if he gets another one, it's going to clean these balloons up pretty quickly. What is Voxi doing behind this? All right, so he's finally upgraded all of his houses. He's going to get the partisan spam, and we do see a factory. 2 factories coming up now. So he's going to transition into what I imagine will probably be, I mean, he's really got any option he wants. Death sides, light tanks, armored cars. Wouldn't be surprised if he went for some armored cars here.
Where's that? Oh, there it is. Okay. How bad is Zico? Nice. He's still got a decent amount. 73 workers.
Yep, Jesse pointing out that losing those cannons was a big investment. Yeah, cannons are not cheap in the late medieval age. They're really strong units. They're basically like slightly weaker howitzers. And yeah, losing those was a costly loss. And he only had maybe 1 or 2 airfields destroyed to show for it.
Neither. Oh, okay. PITEON has found a new tree line, so that is nice. But the armored car is coming in, probably take down the Chenkas.
Yep, I think that's the right call from Voxi here. More Tachunkas are coming out, but with the transition armor cars, he needs to start doing something else.
Ooh, trying to get that population upgrade.
And his food villagers are just getting pummeled. They're being melted. The Tachunkas have cleared the balloons, but the balloons have been replaced by armored cars, and he's got absolutely nothing to deal with it. The archers are slowly whittling it down, but not before losing tons and tons of villagers. How many kills does that armored car have?
7 kills.
7 kills, and I think they're all villagers. Finally getting some howitzers, which is probably a good choice here, but he does have to be careful because 1 howitzer against 2 or 3 armored cars is going to lose.
Oh, still quite a lot of balloons left. Okay.
He's also got, I believe, partisans are joining in the mix now.
Okay, this is an even match. He's got the 1 howitzer. That would help deal with the armored cars.
Yeah, the problem though here is that I think the partisan armored car wins if you run the armored cars in and snipe the howitzer. The howitzer doesn't have that much armor, so they can make quick work of it. He's already damaged 1 armored car, almost completely down. Okay, the howitzer gets destroyed. And now the armored cars and the partisans are going to have free range over this. Kill the Tachunkas and pave the way for all those balloons that he still has. And Voxi adding in howitzers of his own. Lavina, what's good to deal with the armored cars? Your own armored cars, or light tanks, or mass howitzers? But you have to be careful because armored cars can, if they have bigger numbers than your howitzer mass, they can run in and get inside the minimum distance range. and make quick work of your howitzers.
Machine gun towers as well. They do quite nicely against armored cars.
Yep. And yep. Voxi's just running these armored cars through and continuing to put more pressure on villagers, just picking up one or two here and there. And PITEON is having a very hard time dealing with this. Like, he's got another howitzer out, but the armored cars are everywhere.
Oh, they can just come right in.
This is great micro by Voxi. Great micro.
Yeah, doing a really good job at putting pressure on all angles.
He's not one to use the F2 button.
Yeah, doing a good job. It's still making Tachunkas, which, again, there are balloons, I think, somewhere still on the map, but they're not here, and he keeps running them out, and they have no land force attacks, so kind of just wasting those Tachunkas. And yep, here comes the balloons, and all those Tachunkas have been being sniped because he keeps running them forward.
Okay, I think he's going to realize there's more balloons, so he's going to have to build some more. Yet he cancelled the Red Devils there.
Yep. Voxi's just doing a great job with the micro here, and PITEON is having a hard time keeping up with it.
One of them.
Okay, nice pickup with the Red Devils, and he's going and killing the howitzers, which is going to slow down any building damage coming in, but don't need building damage when you have balloons coming in again to raid all of those villagers. What is PITEON's villager count situation looking like at this point?
Not good.
56, and what do we have for Voxi?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
115. The economy out of Voxi is just
121.
overwhelming, and he's pretty much pop capped at 250. He's got the 250 pop cap space. He's operating at 235 population. A nice showing of balloons. Howitzers coming in. He would do well, I think, to add a forward base, but it doesn't matter. GG is called, and that's really well played from Voxi.
Well played, both players, but Voxi just a little bit extra there. Managed to hold it. I think one of the mistakes some people do is when they're panicking like this, they press the F2 button, and the Chenkas followed the army, and they died for no reason.
Yeah.
They did not need to be in the fight. He just needed to keep them back here somewhere.
Exactly, because he lost like 4 of them just by running them out there, and that would have done really well to help with the balloons. But even then, I think PITEON was just so far behind economically speaking. I mean, I don't know. It was I think that Voxi took advantage of being 2 ages ahead, and there was a point where I think we were all really concerned for him because he had, I think, 40 or 50 workers, and he was in IR, and PITEON had way more, but Voxi made a really great call on going straight for airfields, and that was able to put pressure on, and ultimately PITEON couldn't handle it.
Okay, guys, I'm out of here. Gonna go get my laundry again. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna still be doing streaming, or is that enough today? I'm not sure yet.
Coochie, hello Coochie. Should we do another one?
This is about the same time we ended yesterday, which is why I was just asking.
I think we should end it on that high.
That was a good game. I
was a
thought
nice
the
game.
might come back. Then once you looked at the worker count, it was pretty obvious.
That one, just one university, yeah, one university. He managed to pump out a lot of workers, and eventually managed to get the other tree lines outside his base. Not too much iron. We did have that 10k here as well, so he was not struggling. There was a tower here from PITEON blocking that iron there, which had 6,000 left still. Beautiful play. Beautiful play. Alright guys, another marathon. How long was that? Another 4.5 hours?
Yeah, Levino asked how many we cover per game. Oh, Wacho's right on it.
Approximately 10 to 12. We are in the... yeah. So if that's quite a lot of games. There's 100 and... I can't quite work out the maths, but there's either 112 or 120 games in the group matches.
Yeah, which I think we'd like to cover all of them, but we'll do our best, but I don't know if we'll get to all 120 of them. That would be
Yeah,
about
that's quite a lot.
120 hours of casting time. Let alone, I mean, some games have ended pretty quick as we've seen. This one was a long one and went on for an hour, but we've certainly seen a fair share of games on small maps where some experienced players have, steamrolled through the more inexperienced players in the group stages.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I will be seeing you guys later. I'm gonna hop out of here.
Cool. I mean, we still have time after next week before the brackets start, so there's plenty of time to get through all the games, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to see how long they are. I think we're making good progress, though.
Yes. All right.
All right.
Thank you, everyone, for watching. Any last words, Wacho?
No, I think, saw some more great games today, and still a lot of great games to come for the group stages. I think there's a lot of players that we've still yet to see, like namely Paradox, a lot of Cyber's group and Group F. So looking forward to seeing a lot of the champion matchups that we still have yet to see. And
I haven't seen Coochie. Or Sucks Like.
I haven't seen Coochie or Sucks Like, and we still have a lot of meta that we're continuing to see, but we're also getting a little bit of different strategies here and there, which is nice to keep it refreshing. So
cool. All right, everyone. I hope you've learnt something. Until next time, goodbye.